There are 41.5 million MSMEs in Nigeria. Out of these 41.5 million, micro enterprises alone are overwhelmingly 41.4. So SMEs accounted for mere 73,081 across the country, if we go by our definition of SMEs. So MSMEs generally account for 59.6 million employments in Nigeria. And which areas are we looking at? With that last survey, the top priority MSME sectors that were looked at is as follows: wholesale and retail trade. We have 42.3% in this category. In agriculture, we have 20.9%. Other services like ICT and a number of other services, legal and some other areas, we have 13.1%. In manufacturing, we have only 9.0%. And then accommodation and food sector, we have 5.7%. Next slide. Other key findings. That survey found out that only 5.3% of micro enterprises had access to formal financing opportunities. 21.6% of SMEs had access to finance. About 87.5% of the entire MSMEs source their raw materials and machinery from local sources. The market for most of the products of MSMEs is largely local. Though a few of them are exporting, but still very, very few. Average amount needed to start a micro enterprise in Nigeria is like 50,000. And like I said, this micro now, we are looking at those tiny enterprises that we call nano, the one-man businesses, household businesses, somebody selling groundnut on the street and all that, because they are also contributing to the economy. Then average monthly turnover and sales for micro businesses stood at 100,000. Then total export by this sector stood at only 7.64%, despite what they are contributing to employment and other areas. Next slide. So the key findings based on our survey, I'll give you statistics of small and medium enterprises in states. This doesn't include micro. Lagos had 11.5% of total SMEs in Nigeria, while Oyo State had 8.4%. I think Osun and Ogun had 4.1%. In terms of the lower category states, in terms of SMEs, Borno State had 0.7%, Bayelsa 0.4%, Yobe had 0.1%. I don't want to bore us with the other areas. I just picked the topmost three and the lower three. Then we find out that a lot of businesses close at infancy. And what are the reasons for the closure of businesses? Lack of funds constitute about 42.1%. Economic meltdown, 30.2%. Low patronage of businesses, because a lot of Nigerians start business just by perception, or by my neighbor is having a bakery, I also want to start a bakery. Most times they don't do any findings before they go into businesses. So most of these businesses collapse within the first few weeks that they start, and because they have low patronage, so they won't be able to sustain the business. So about 25.8% closed down because of low patronage. And then inadequate power supply, 23.1%. Next slide. During the survey, we asked SMEs, what are the priority areas of assistance that you require to sustain your business? Those that say adequate power and water supply, 83.5%. So this shows that infrastructure is really affecting businesses in Nigeria, because most of the SMEs, they provide their own water, they provide their own electricity. So it's really tasking. Reduced tax rates, those that said, well, the tax rate is reduced, 73.1%. Those that really need financial assistance, 67.9%. Those that say, well, with adequate security, they will be able to perform at a maximal level, 57.9%. Then transportation, 54.6%, and regular fuel supply, 50.5%. Next slide. Well, this slide is looking at contributions of SMEs to national economies in selected countries, Mexico, India, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, Argentina, South Africa, and what obtains in Nigeria. If you look at these statistics, you will see that in Nigeria, SMEs are contributing, MSMEs are contribute 75% to employment, 80% to, in terms of the number of enterprises that is in the country as opposed to large enterprises. But funnily, our contribution to GDP is just 10%, SMEs. Meanwhile, in Mexico, they only contribute 44% to employment, but contribution to GDP is 31%. Even in India, where it is 80%, contribution to GDP is 40%. So this shows us that we have a virile MSME sector, but their competitiveness is not contributing much to GDP. So we really need to push them and see how to make these businesses contribute more to the GDP. Next slide. Well, this slide, it's looking at the relevance of SMEs in terms of contribution to economy and political stability. As I've indicated with the statistics, they contribute seriously to employment. In fact, it's the largest source of employment generation in the country. Because government is not really employing as much. It's all these micro businesses are seriously contributing to employment generation. Then technological innovation, most of our SMEs these days are thinking out of the box. I just came back from one opportunity fair in New York, Akwa Ibom State. I was really amazed at the kind of innovation, the kind of products that SMEs displayed at that exhibition. They create opportunity for foreign direct investment. This is an area where we really need to push our SMEs to be highly competitive so as to contribute more to exports. Because for now, our contribution to exports is still very low. They contribute so much to standard of living, because especially when you go to the rural areas, virtually everybody is sustaining themselves based on one trade or the other. Direct creation of wealth and reduction of poverty also are related to improving standard of living. And then the contribution of MSMEs to the manufacturing sector and GDP as a whole is significant in terms of its share total value added. Next slide. So MSMEs help widespread equal distribution of income and wealth because, like I said, in Nigeria, you can hardly pass one household without you seeing somebody maybe doing one business or the other. In fact, before the advent of oil, I think most of us went to school because our grandparents and all that, they are associated with one trade. Where I came from in Yoruba land, you will notice that most people are even called by their trade. You have Mama Alasho, Mama this. It is because they make sure virtually everybody do one thing or the other. If you are not farming, you do this at least just for people to create wealth and income. They provide opportunities to a large number of capable and potential entrepreneurs who are deprived of appropriate opportunities. SMEs also help in addressing youth restiveness and insecurity. It's unfortunate that in some parts of the country we still have a lot of insecurity, and this is why we really need to pay attention. If youths are gainfully engaged, all these will be reduced. MSMEs also help to release scarce capital towards productive use. And then as small units, they can resources more efficiently to full capacity with minimal wastage. Because supervision is direct, most owners are still the ones operating the businesses. So they pay attention to what they are doing. Next slide. Next slide. So now, what are the factors inhibiting our SMEs from being highly competitive and producing maximally? These are some of the factors, some of the challenges. We look at external challenges and internal ones that are self-made by the MSMEs themselves. Externally, we look at Access to affordable finance, access to both local and international markets is still very poor. Poor state of infrastructure is a major challenge. Weak access to modern equipment, low government patronage. In some other countries, government skilled procurement a certain percentage to SMEs, and they make sure they procure from these SMEs. Corruption, as we all know, is also an issue. And then policy inconsistency. In terms of internal challenges, a number of our SMEs they have aversion to joint ownership. They don't want to co-own their businesses. They feel that when they bring in partners, it's going to affect their business. And then family ties. A number of us, when we start business, we put a cousin or put a family member who feels that maybe his own share of the family and will not really know where the money is coming from. So we have serious problem of labor turnover. Financial mismanagement. These are some of the problems. Lack of basic business capacity. Funnily, based on our experience in the field, most of our SMEs don't even want to build their capacity. They will tell you, my father has been doing this business for ages, I inherited it, I have all the knowledge. It takes us a lot to let them understand that they need to acquire more knowledge. They need to still be trained and retrained while they are doing their businesses. Then people don't recruit qualified personnel. They will look at the money they are going to pay and then just get somebody with low experience to run the business for them. Lack of perseverance, poor record keeping, especially accounting books. Most of them cannot even afford to hire accountants. We are encouraging them now to outsource from experienced hands. Inadequate market intelligence, aversion to compliance requirements. The fair I said I just attended, I saw a number of very good products, well packaged, but they don't have NAFDAC number. So they can't even go beyond the community where they are selling. Low motivation and lack of confidence. Next slide. Some of these are still some of the challenges. In terms of external challenges, lack of top-rate Nigerians in Nigeria, multiplicity of taxes, levies, local government will bring their own, states will bring, federal will bring, low access to information, general insecurity, foreign debt, cultural barriers in some parts of the country. Women cannot do certain things. Internal problems, lack of standardization of products, being the all-in-all, like I said. I mean, most businesses, it is the owner that is the MD, that's the accountant, that's the auditor. Low capacity to invest in R&D. People don't even bother, even when they can afford it. They just go into business by perception. Insufficient capital outlay, use of obsolete business methods and equipment, absence of business planning. People just go into business without proper planning. Socio-cultural obstacles, inability to delegate responsibilities. Next slide. So those are some of the major challenges that we have noticed affecting our SMEs. And in order to assuage some of these, and as an agency, another agency in charge of SME development, the agency introduced some initiatives. And some of these initiatives I will list here. We have a program called One Local Government, One Product. This is a program that we adapted from a Japanese One Village, One Product. Because in Nigeria, we can't do One Village, One Product. It's a very large country. And even the One Local Government, One Product, we have adapted it in a way that we now do it in senatorial districts. So the senatorial districts, we look at businesses with the same value chain, we look at clusters or cooperatives, and then we give them machinery and then some running costs. And then they pay back 70% so that we can go to other cooperatives, and then the agency writes off 30%, no interest. We have a program called Conditional Grant Scheme. Conditional Grant Scheme is for people at the bottom of the pyramid, people that can inject 20, 30,000 to their businesses. So we are giving them 50,000. These are one-man businesses. If you use the 50,000 well, we monitor you and give you some level of training for a year or two, and then you will now be able to get loan of 200, 300,000. but the grant, I mean, is one-off, 50,000. And then we also move you from informality to formality because we make sure that you open a bank account. The money will be paid to the bank account. And then we also assist you to register your business with the CAC. We have currently a national framework for accreditation of business development service providers because we find out that even people that are just human resource specialists will say they are training SMEs. All sorts of people are now MSME trainers. So in order to regulate the space, so we decided to accredit business development service providers because this is one of the things that are lacking. Because even when people access funds, they mismanage the fund. So there's need for constant monitoring, constant provision of business development support services to SMEs. And then there is currently, we are assessing our annual impact so that we know exactly whether the programs we're actually deploying is getting to the people and whether we need to review so that we will be able to impact better. Since inception, the agency came up with a national policy on MSMEs. This is being reviewed every 4 years. The current one has just been reviewed. We are waiting for final approval. It has just been presented to the National Council on Industries, and they've given us go-ahead. It was a result of a lot of consultations with stakeholders, and it is in this policy that we have the new definition of a category of SMEs. We also do periodic survey with the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics so that we'll be able to know who and who is in SME and what programs we can deploy to assist them. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, we are also currently revitalizing. We have what we call industrial development centers located across the country so that we'll be able to provide functional workspace to SMEs in the country. Because we believe if there are workspaces, people in the same value chain of business can come together and get raw materials together, access market together. This will also reduce some of the challenges that MSMEs are facing. We are currently doing mass registration of MSMEs where we give them a unique identity. And it is these SMEs that we will be able to now impact on. Because if we go by everybody that has a business, the number of people who have CAC registration, they've never used those businesses. This will enable us to know people that are already in business, people that are active in business, and we'll be able to even link them. Because if I know that somebody is producing fish feed in Abuja, I don't need to go to Nasarawa to go and source fish feed. So as an agency, we'll be able to link somebody that is rearing fish with those that is selling fish feed as an example. And then we have the National Business Skills Development Initiative. Across the country, currently, we have training. And this training, the difference is that when we train, we give you starter packs. We are also starting enterprise innovative development hubs. We already have a location in Lagos, Kano, and Bauchi. More will come as soon as we get more funds. Every year, we try to strengthen business membership organizations and known trade associations. We give them some level of support and training. We have a program that is assisting garment clusters, and we support them. Next slide. Next. Okay, well, so these are some of the programs that the agency is currently running. For lack of time, I won't be able to, say much about them. You can always reach out to us. But so generally, to cap it all, if we are looking at MSMEs as a gateway to economic and political stability, what are the areas that we should be paying attention? Funding access for SMEs is still very low. A number of banks have funding windows, but these windows are not accessible by SMEs. Most times, the requirements to access them is cumbersome. So we have been having meetings with CBN to see how CBN can come in to get commercial banks to relax some of these some of these cumbersome requirements. And even introduction of microfinance houses is not really helping SMEs, because when you aggregate the interest rate that microfinance charges, it's even more than commercial banks by our survey. So we are looking at more access to funding, and then maybe more funding windows for SMEs too. And then co-creation of enterprise clusters. Like I said, if we have enterprise clusters of businesses in the same value chain, it will be easy for them to perform optimally. This is also related to the issue of common processing facilities. If there are processing facilities, everybody do not need to invest in some machines. If you are a shoemaker, if there is a common facility within where you're operating, where you can go and do your buckles, where you can bore holes, everybody can go there and pay a pittance to use this common processing facility. Then we need to establish more enterprise incubation centers so that people with ideas can go there to incubate their business and move out to establish. Introduction of special classroom to board initiative into schools. Currently, the agency is running what we call Catch Them Young program, where we go to secondary schools and primary schools for them to establish clubs, entrepreneurial clubs, so that while they are in school, they will start practicing how to start their own enterprises, so that by the time they graduate, they can go into business and not wait for white-collar jobs. We're also looking at development of what we call business development service volunteers, business development support volunteer corps, where we have young graduates that will be trained. We train these young graduates. We want to partner with the states to do this. These young graduates will in turn visit businesses and give them hands-on business support. We ask them questions. What problems are you having with your business? You have access funds, you are not able to pay back. What is the problem you're having? And then provide solutions. Then we are looking at having, if it is possible, to establish packaging hubs where people can outsource their packaging, so that everybody does not need to invest in packaging. You can go to the hub when you have your product ready to outsource your packaging materials. Also, if there can be more tax relief or tax holidays, especially for startups, and then some categories of MSMEs. And then staggered payment of fees by MSMEs. A number of MSMEs good products have not been able to get NAFTA registration because what they are required to pay, or because they cannot meet regulatory requirements. Then public-private partnership in the provision of workspaces. I've mentioned the issue of workspaces before. And then deliberate exposure of SMEs to competitive markets by relevant institutions. For example, currently, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council is facilitating, for example, markets for people in the that are exporting yam. They are making deliberate effort to assist them to make sure that they access overseas markets. Next slide. And then the issue of investment for SMEs to invest more on R&D. Whenever we go out, we try to let MSMEs know that you cannot just go into business by perception. You need to do some research to find out the product you want to go into. Is it in demand? Is it a competitive product? Is it something that you'll be able to get markets? In fact, you have to have identified markets before you go into business. So our MSMEs need to invest more in R&D. Deliberate procurement of goods and services from local SMEs by government. I've mentioned this before. The media too, and I'm happy BusinessDay is doing this. I think other media organizations should do what BusinessDay is doing. They should also assist in awareness creation on entrepreneurship opportunities. Involvement of SMEs in community social responsibilities. Initiation of a robust national entrepreneurship mentoring scheme. This will also help, because we have a lot of people that are retired from businesses. I'm sure they won't mind to come out and serve as mentors for the youths that are going into business. And then engaging youth in social engineering. This will really help the nation. introducing entrepreneurial character into political governance, provision of platform for continuous public-private sector dialogue, such as this, address critical infrastructure deficits. I know government is trying, but we still have to do a lot for SMEs in this area. And some of these infrastructural deficits can also be addressed if we have more enterprise clusters, because they can share power, they can share a lot of things together. And then in conclusion, next slide. So in conclusion, the MSMEs are pivotal to socio-economic and political stability of any nation. There's no doubt about this. It is just for us to be able to harness these opportunities to grow the nation. The challenges faced by Nigerian MSMEs caused by globalization has been further compounded by COVID-19 lockdown. I'm happy government is trying to assuage this. There is a program with the Ministry of Youth now, trying to see how they can give some soft loan to SMEs, and then the MSME Survivor Fund. I'm aware that across the country, government has been able to pay to assist them with payroll of some of their staffers, especially schools and some other organizations that was affected by the pandemic. And government is going to pay salaries of between 5 to 10 people for like 3 months, just to assuage the situation. But I must say here that the COVID too, in a way, has also afforded our MSMEs opportunity of exploring local markets. A number of them within this period have been able, a number of people that used to buy foreign things were able to patronize local SMEs, and people also went into some products that are in high demand, especially health-related products. A number of innovative products have come out from MSMEs during this period. And then to assure sustainability and MSME competitiveness, there is the need for a strong PPP in creating an enabling environment for them to thrive. And when I'm saying PPP, it's not just public-private, we also have public-public. Because when we started what we call, when we started business information centers, we are partnering with the states so that the states will join us to establish the business support and business information centers. So it's both public-private partnership and public-public, federal, state, local government. And BusinessDay has over time shown great enthusiasm for the development of MSME subsector. We must really commend them. And then, like I said, the agency will be willing to partner BusinessDay to host future editions and to see what we can bring on board to make this program sustainable and better than the way it is being handled now. Thank you so much, and I'm very happy to be invited for this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wale Fasoya. All right, we just heard from Mr. Wale Fasoya from Sweden, and then we're moving next to the fireside chat. And the fireside chat is between the MD of BusinessDay, that's Dr. Ogo Kitty, and Ademola Adebise. So up next is the fireside chat. Please stay tuned.
I'm just going to be talking to you about some of the things that we do. But I think just so that our own audience understand your home background and the work that Wema Bank do, please, I would love to give you some few minutes to just talk about your background, the work that you do, and how Wema Bank supports SME development in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be invited to this Business 100 Summit. My name is Demola Adebise. I'm the Managing Director of Wema Bank. Just a little about myself. I've been in banking for over 30 years. 4 of the years I spent in consulting at the Lagos office of Accenture, the international consulting outfit. where I was the head of finance and performance practice. Before then, been in 2 banks, basically. More of the time I spent at Chartered Bank, now Stanbic, and of course I spent some time as well at National Bank. Before National was subsumed into Wema Bank. At Wema Bank, this is probably my 10th year in Wema Bank, and I came in as an executive director. I had the responsibility for transformation. I was the transformation director, and of course, you know quite a bit about the Wema story. We've gone through a lot of thick and thin, trying to rejuvenate the bank, you know, and now a much youthful bank, unlike the old days when people thought it was an old people's bank. Today, we've also launched Alert, which is the first fully digital bank in Nigeria. Of course, we won some awards, of course, BusinessDay awards as well, a few years back, you know, on this. And the whole idea really was about how do we rejuvenate the bank, and we sat back, reviewed our customers and what the customers really want. And it was very clear at that time, about 2016, when it was very clear that the way to go was retail, and the way to reach the audience was on their mobile phones. And that was where the story of Alert actually started. It was a very, very audacious move, being not a major player in the market and trying to disrupt the market. And I think we've done it quite successfully. Yeah, the numbers are still not up to where we wanted to be, but we've made appreciable progress. A number of awards that we've made, we've garnered. But I tell my folks, say, we need the numbers now, not the awards. You know, and it's been quite... So for us, over the next 3 years, our aspiration is to be the dominant digital bank in Nigeria. We call it our strategy, we call it DD3, you know, and we make bold to say that, yes, we are on course. A number of things that we are looking at. Innovation is a major pillar. Of course, technology, we are all in the new normal. We all know what happened during the pandemic. I always tell people, Microsoft CEO said, the world went through 2 years of transformation in 2 months of lockdown.
Interesting.
Our treasury team actually worked virtually. They worked remotely throughout the period of the year. We're never down for 1 day. You know, so it's, you can, and these were things that before the pandemic we never really thought would be possible. You know, and business models have changed. Some business models have turned some business from 100% to 0, and some from 0 to 100%. If you understand what I mean, a lot of people are going online. You know, to do a lot of things. So business models are changing and being disrupted by the day. And that brings us again now to the issue of course, the SMEs. It makes it a bit even tougher, you know, because the market dynamics is changing every day. And people always say, oh, is it finance that is the problem of SME? I say, hey, no, finance is not really the key problem of SMEs. What you see today is the market dynamics is changing very fast. We have customers that are taste bored, their preferences are changing, they're very sophisticated. So what they need is quite different. So SMEs must position themselves properly for that to happen. Finance is there. We talk about collaterals, but really, if you really want to support SMEs in this climb, you need to have products that speak to cash flow lending. You need to be able to lend to SMEs using their cash flows. So that is what I think should happen. And then, of course, there's also the issue of skill sets. The skill sets of SMEs. You know, the training programs are quite expensive. To have access to all these different skill sets, to manage business, to manage accounting, the accounting practices and all that is quite challenging. So the skill sets, training, and all that is very important. So I put everything together, changing business models and all that is making it quite challenging for SMEs. But how are we in WEMA positioned to deal with that? We have a dedicated SME desk, and basically what we have done is that beyond just lending, we have various lending products, value propositions, depending on the sector you fall within, whether you're within the healthcare, the agri, the general commerce, and all that trade. There are different products range that we have for lending to those businesses. But of course, it's not just throwing money at it. We also have an advisory services that we offer, because it's not just about lending you money. We need to be sure that you can keep proper books of accounts, that you know how to take your business to the next level, maybe taking it online, know how to do basic administration, and all that. So all these things put together, that is what our advisory desk is actually providing. And of course, the time of the pandemic and all that, even the problem is even compounded, with business models changing, with a lot of issues with mental, because as an SME, you're battling with so many issues, how to pay salaries, how to break new markets, how to engage the regulators, the tax authorities, they come after you. On the road, you have you're moving your keke napep, your bikes, and they're impounding, so it's so enormous. So what we normally advocate is that at times like this, the SME must stay back. There's also that tendency for the SME to throw himself into the whole thing, into Absolutely. The deep end of the business, without having the time to reflect. So we normally advise that, hey, take some time off and reflect over what you're doing. Don't knock yourself too hard, because there's a tendency that everybody is always complaining and, complaining over, what everybody is facing. The truth is that we're all facing the same problem. So as you must be a cheerleader to yourself, that, hey, yes, there is things are tough, but I am, I'm in charge, I'm in control of what is going on. Stay back, reflect over what is going on. Also, of course, advisory services like what we provide will also be, give. During the pandemic, for example, we held a number of seminars, webinars on mental health, handling things around mental health, softer issues around, but they are not really soft, issues around mental health, and all that. So things like that you can, and the beauty about webinars today is that they come free. I guess the models are still shaping up. After a while, things will begin to, because I think those in training have actually been completely disrupted now, because it's either the training programs have gone virtual, it's either they are being provided free, or they're even provided cheaper than what they used to. So really, you need to begin to do new things to reinvent yourself. So basically, that's so for us specifically in WEMA, we have a business support facility that we grant SMEs. It's a cash flow lending product. We also take SMEs, depending on their size, we also take them to development finance institutions like DBN, BOI, even the central bank, so depending on the nature of the business, the sector, because there are sectoral interventions by these DFIs. So what you see is we take you to the relevant one that we think will suits your purpose.
Yeah. Thank you so very much for that very explanation on how you treat SMEs at WEMA Bank. There's one question I want to ask you before I dig deeper on the SME, and I think you will like this question. historically, Wema Bank has been seen as a bank in the West. I mean, so you find them in Lagos and of course Ibadan, Osogbo, and but you started leading the transformation project that you mentioned, and I just wanted to talk. How does technology help you? I mean, let's say 20 years ago, you would have said, okay, let me open branches maybe in other parts of the country. So how does technology help you scale up without necessarily leaving your base physically? I mean, how does that work? Or is that not part of your model?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I want to thank you for that question. Again, one other thing I didn't say when I was introducing myself is the fact that my first love is technology.
Okay.
I read computer science in school.
Okay. So
this is probably the right time to be CEO of an organization. Because the major enabler or the pillar for disruption is actually technology.
Yes.
When we started banking in around the late 80s, technology was just used as something supportive. But today it has been transformed into a major business enabler. In those days, everybody was talking about brick and mortar, having physical branches. I want to be the biggest bank, and but what you see, number of branches today does not necessarily connote size. Yes, physical branches will not disappear, but then technology has taken a major role such that you can do banking in a borderless environment. Today, we're a commercial bank by authorization. We're a national bank. We can operate anywhere in Nigeria, even though, yes, there was a trajectory of our transformation where we actually scaled back to be a regional bank, if you remember. And I know we got a lot of knocks then that, why is this not suicidal? Why did you do this? But the whole idea was planned. We took a step back, got the regional license, operated within the South and the Southwest. And predominantly, really, that was where our base was, really. If you look at the bulk of our deposits, the bulk of our customers, they're actually sitting in this space. The 6 South states and the Southwest states, and Abuja, of course. Abuja is considered as no man's land. Now, we then migrated to become a national bank, but today, what you see today is, yes, geography is important, physical presence is important, but not as important as it used to be. Everybody is moving digital, so you can reach out. I can bank a customer that is not within my client, even within the Nigerian client.
Absolutely.
And he's doing his business because everything is on the palm, everything is on the mobile phone or on your iPad. Today we have a partnership with Bank of Africa. Bank of Africa is in 18 African countries, and basically our partnership is largely around trade services. Trade services. We are going to leverage this ACTFA, the African Free Trade Agreement that is going to go into operation in January. Hopefully, borders will be opened and all that, and then we can take advantage of that to serve BOA customers that are in Nigeria, and then vice versa, our own customers that are in the BOA country. So basically, we have some partnership to do that. But more importantly is the fact that we are leveraging our digital platform. The partnership started off on the back of Alert, our digital platform. They approached us and they said, "Hey, let's work together on this." So, and those are the two fronts on which we are playing. We are playing the digital play, and we are playing on the correspondent banking trade. So basically, our goal is really to make Alert a Pan-African digital bank.
Interesting. That's very interesting. And so let me now go back to SME. You started by talking about how WEMA serve their SME service SME customers, and there are some very, very interesting things that you said there, because one of my notes that I wrote here, I said many people actually assume that the only problem or the only constraint a SME face is in relation to finance. And we can talk about some of the reasons for that. But one of the reasons is actually that appears that the government itself, whether through fiscal or through monetary policy authorities, only attempts to solve the finance problem. So, for instance, when they come up with policy, they say, oh, we will give SME credit subsidy, single-digit interest rate. Well, I run a business, and I talk to other business people, and I understand from the conversations that we have, I am not suggesting finance is not a problem. However, as you have highlighted in the first brief that you gave, there are much more fundamental problems that we have to start looking at. So I want you to look at two things, and I want you to respond in two ways. How do we change the narratives? And I believe we as journalists probably we have a role to play. But how do we as a country change the narrative? That's one. And how do we begin to look at things like infrastructure, identity, structure of the business, human capital, the skills that you mentioned, poor management, access to international markets? I mean, what kind of structure, dealing with SMEs as a bank, what kind of structure do you think will work? Is it training? Is it some kind of structured engagement? You have to set up advisory services. I mean, as a bank, as a nation, how do we begin to tackle this thing? Because we cannot just keep throwing money at these SME problems. And they are not creating the jobs that we want. They are not selling to international markets, which will make Nigeria prosperous. But when you look at all these things, it's because whether we like it or not, the summary that everybody just think of and assume is just give them money, give them credit subsidy, and we solve all their problems.
Okay, thank you very much. I will address the question, from two perspectives. One is the fact that, yes, the infrastructure is not there. And what I mean by infrastructure here, a number of things. Finance is just one part of it. The wherewithal in terms of, let me backtrack. Let me use the creative industry as an example. One of the things that we found ourselves in the banking industry trying to do is to build that infrastructure, for example. As you probably know, we're working on the National Theater to create 4 different verticals, for music, movie, drama, and all that, and then technology, where we're going to be having the structures for SMEs to be able to play on. These are the kind of structures that, yes, government should provide, but then we, as the banking industry, feel that, yes, for us to move forward, we need to intervene. And that is one of the things that I mean when I say infrastructure. And what that means is once that structure is in place, they can then leverage those structures to then access maybe finance to do what they need to do. Yes, I agree with you. A number of things are there one way or the other. For example, I know the Bank of Industry, for example, they have this AGOA stuff that they push, preparing SMEs for the international markets and all that. Packaging, a number of things that need to be done. Training is there, skill sets, very important, So are there ways of putting structures in place to deal with the skill sets? Today, what you see is that banks individually are just trying to do some small SME stuff, small advisory. Those advisory services may not go the long way to really deal with all these issues that we talk about. So it's a massive problem, because if we're able to crack it, it's the bedrock of any economy in the world. The SMEs, it's bedrock of any economy in the world. So you can imagine an SME that is employing 50, and you have 1 million of that. Boom, the economy would, So really, for me, I think it's really about dealing with those infrastructure, and I think government really needs to do a lot about that. But then, unfortunately, right now, it's not as rosy. It's not as I think it's a survival strategy that we are all adopting at the moment. So really, so finance, as you rightly said, it's really at the end of the tunnel. It's a number of issues that we need to deal with before we get to the last point, which is really around finance. And then of course some other issues around our values, our value system. You also need to
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, and then of course basic things around handling personal finances. How do you know that this is the business, this fund is for the business, it's not for the family, and all that, So all those basic things are things that really SMEs need to. And we started off, because as you mentioned it, we started off as a retail bank. The DNA is really retail from 1945, when my bank started as a retail bank, serving the locals, when the international banks then were not interested in supporting the local SMEs. So that was actually how we started. And yes, over the years, tried to see how we could improve on serving our customers. At that time, it was more about just providing finance. But things have since evolved to beyond that, to now talking about going beyond financing to dealing. One of the things that we also do is talking about technology. There's this hackathon that we organize every year. Basically, that is trying to come up with new ideas on how to solve societal problems. And we believe that that is our own way of also giving back to the society. We use technology to solve problems. And when those problems are solved, some of these problems also will impact SMEs in one way or the other. We just finished one this year, and the key verticals are around healthcare, education, agric, and telecoms, technology. So basically, we have all that, and what we're trying to do is solve problems in those areas. And we believe that in solving those problems, again, it will impact our SMEs. A number of SMEs have also come out of those hackathons, and we've actually worked with them, partnered with them, either in form of employing them into the bank, or partnering with them, their business, or financing their business, so that they can blossom. So those are the kind of things that we've done.
Yes, thank you very much, Ademola Adebishi. But before you go, now I asked this question, especially when, given where we're coming from since March, and of course the year is just about to end. You meet with all the Ogas, the Ogas of Nigeria. What's the outlook for Nigeria next year?
Well, with the budgets being reviewed right now, and I believe we should be able to get the budgets out, approved right on time compared to previous years this time around. I believe that the outlook will be much better than 2020.
Okay.
2020 was more about survival. I think 2021 will be more about getting out of the recession. And I believe that if we do not get out by Q1, by Q2, hopefully we should be out. FX, a number of activities taking place by the central bank now, I believe, should moderate. It was a bit scary last month in terms of the way the rates were going. But with the interventions of the central bank, unfortunately, we have just one commodity that we all rely on, oil. I think the projections also for oil is that we may be ending 2021 in the $50 range. So definitely that should be something positive for us. I think with that we should be able to at least reduce the deficit in the budget. Yes, there will probably still be some loans that will probably need to still go for to cover the deficit. But if the implementation of the budget starts in earnest and is followed with the execution capacity, we should be able to get out pretty quickly. We have a resilient economy, no doubt about that. But then, of course, we've messed up. We need to start getting things together again. And I keep telling everybody, the country is quite blessed, and if we really get our acts together, it's not rocket science. We can fix things pretty quickly. The banking industry is trying its best to create the loans. If you look at the balance sheet of banks this year, has been growth in loans. The central bank has also ensured that expansionary impact by ensuring that we advance credit to the desired sectors that we require in the economy. And it's also, you can see that from the intervention programs that they've also put in place. So really, it's if we are able to put all this together, we should, for me, by Q2, we should be talking about out of, and then Q1 things should begin to pick up, and you can see that in the last 1 week or 2 weeks of some intervention by the central bank in the FX market, things are beginning to, the rates have begun to moderate. And we believe that what we just need to do is just make sure that there are no leakages and all the policies are aligned, no policy somersaults that will create a problem of capital flights. And we'll begin to see interest rates may remain low, into the new year. The intervention, the central bank is planning to introduce some special bills. Again, this may have some impact to attract foreign direct investments and foreign portfolio investors who may want to also come back into the market because rates are quite low now. In a situation where interest rates are below inflation, you may have challenges attracting, but we believe that things should begin to, rates will begin to inch up slightly to be able to attract some of these FPIs who may be interested. But the capital market is also showing some positive signals. We hope that can be sustained. Because when you have low interest rates, of course, monies will find its way into the capital markets. So that will begin to also, hopefully, should pick up. So that's what we see. But it's not a huru yet, I must say. We have to also be very factual with ourselves. A number of things that we need to do. Value systems need to change. We need to work on it seriously and just get ourselves organized. That is all. This country has a lot of potentials to explode. Yeah.
I agree. Thank you so very much for your time. And thank you so very much for the insights that you have shared. We really, really hope again to have another conversation like this. And thank you for the work that you do with SMEs. And on behalf of BusinessDay, we really appreciate your time, your insight, and of course, the support towards this conference. And to our audience, that's been the MD of Wema Bank Nigeria, Ademola Adebishi. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Good.
I want to say a major thank you to the MD of BusinessDay, Dr. Ogo Okiti, and of course, Mr. Ademola Adebise of the MD CEO of Wema Bank, Nigeria. And we're moving straight to the first panel session of the day. Now, the topic of our first panel session today is building a transformational business in an age of disruption. I beg your pardon. Building a transformational business in an age of disruption. And the moderator for this first panel session is Linda. I'll be reading Linda's profile very shortly. And of course, Linda Ochubwa is a seasoned marketing and sales professional with over 10 years of working experience. She is currently the head of online and digital sales at BusinessDay Media Limited, and BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information on diversified media platforms. Linda Ochubwa is responsible for digital sales in BusinessDay. Experience in B2B sales is complemented by her educational background. Linda Ochubwa holds a master's degree in management from the University of Surrey and a bachelor's degree in business management. Hello, Linda. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so sorry that we're starting a bit late. We're supposed to start this session at 11. We did have some, we had some issues, but everything is sorted now. Thank you all for joining in. I'll be your moderator for the day, and we'll be talking about building a transformational business in an age of disruption. With me today, I have 6 wonderful panelists. Without wasting so much time, I will read their profiles quickly, and then we'll take questions. And if you do have questions at any point in time, please feel free to ask us questions, and we'll take them at the end. We'll try to make sure we are within time, so I'll be asking about 2-3 questions to each of our panelists. But today, we'll be looking at how SME and small businesses can build businesses that will stand the test of time. We've seen a lot of things that have happened with the whole COVID and this year. And for you to survive as a small business, you need to be very creative, very innovative, and you need to think out of the box. We've seen some young guys and some young companies come out from the blues and do very well in the past 10 years. We can talk about guys like Facebook, EasyJet, Airbnb, Uber, even Zoom that almost died a few years ago. But if you're going to remain in business, you need to change the game. And that's what we're going to be looking at in this panel session. How do we create small businesses who will come out with new innovative ideas that can change the game, change the way things are done, and be able to add more revenue to the economy? Some of our panelists will be telling us things that have happened, things that they have done, and how they were able to change the game in their industry and sector. And we are hoping that small businesses can learn from them. Thank you very much. So without wasting time, I'm going to be taking first the profile for Ijoma Adesanya, who is the founder and principal consultant of Kobicam Africa. Ijoma Adesanya is the founder and principal consultant. She's a gender advisory and advocacy consultant with a vision to promote gender advancement in Africa. She's passionate about encouraging and equipping women with the tools for success on a business, professional, and regulatory level. She started her career in General Electric, where she covered over 11 countries across Sub-Africa, focused on financial planning, strategy, commercial finance. Her work experience cuts across various sectors, including power, infrastructure, oil and gas, and healthcare. Thank you very much for joining us, Ijoma. So amazing to have you here. Okay, so without wasting time again, I will be reading the profile for Afolabi Dada. Afolabi Dada is a graduate of electrical and electronics engineering with over 14 years working experience as a programmer for Microsoft Business Solutions. He's currently the CEO and co-founder of Cont'd, a leading Microsoft Gold partner with operations in Nigeria, Ghana, and UAE. Thank you very much for joining us today, Afolabi Dada. We're so happy to have you. Next on the line, I do have just bear with me. I'm so sorry about that. Sorry about the bridge. Really sorry. I'm going to go back in again. So sorry. We did have a light breakup. Okay, so next on my list, I do have with me, just bear with me 1 second. Wale Hassan. Wale Hassan is a technology professional with experience in product management, product development, and business development. He has years of experience specializing in payment technologies with expertise in motivating consumer engagement across technology solutions. He is a professional. He's also a professional in value system, combines visions, creativity, and strong business development skills to deliver profitable innovation. Over the years, he has carefully positioned his contributions in the fast-paced industries such that there's a fair balance between innovation, functionality, and profitability. Next on the queue, I will be having Dotun Ifebogun. He is the divisional head of the retail and SME business in Wema Bank. Dotun Ifebogun is a seasoned banker with over 25 years banking experience, spanning operations, commercial and retail functions. He has held key positions and turnaround projects within the Nigerian banking sector. Currently, Dotun is the divisional head of the retail and SME business in Wema Bank. Dotun holds a BSc in Agricultural Economics from the University of Ibadan and Executive MBA from Lagos Business School. He is also a member of ICANN and CIBN. He is an expert in profitability management, risk management, product development, sales management, credit analysis, sales planning, and execution and product management. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Dotun. We are more than happy to have you here. I do have two more panelists on the queue. Nita is a partner and heads TNP Intellectual Property Practice Group, drawing from a wealth of experience in the protection of intellectual property rights, brand protection, counterfeiting, copyright, image rights, licensing and franchising, Nita's legal rights expertise cuts across IP, technology, media, and sports law. She manages a notable portfolio of companies in the technology and media space and has an in-depth understanding of the regulatory landscape and needs within the Nigerian e-commerce and financial technology ecosystem. Nita is passionate about innovation and startups in the tech space of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us, Nita. We're more than happy to have you here. And last but not the least on my queue, I do have Edmond Idokoko, who is the marketing and business development expert. Edmond has over 16 years of work experience across several industries. And he also has experience in information technology, finance technology, telecommunications, banking, consumer electronics, aviation, and healthcare. He's an extensive local and international experience in helping organizations articulate and implement business and marketing strategies so they're able to drive revenue attainment. Customer acquisition and business growth with existing and new audience is also what he's really care about. He's currently responsible for Microsoft markets. Interesting, he's also covering West Africa, where he brings the company's modern marketing vision to life by providing leadership and accountability to drive demand generation, maximize exposure to various target markets and consumers across different industries and platforms, and create fans through a connected sales and marketing experience. Thank you very much for joining us today, Edmond. We're more than happy to also have you here. Without wasting much time, it'll be very important for us to understand what it is, to have a disruptive business or build a transformational business in this disruptive age. I talked about a bit earlier about how COVID has changed the game and how things are changing really fast. Apps coming out every day, technology is changing everything and how we live our lives. Today, our panelists will be answering questions on how SMEs can learn from their companies and also build a transformational business in this age. My first question will be going to Afolabi, if Afolabi is ready. So Afolabi, I would like you to just quickly explain to these SMEs like the step-to-step process of building a world-class business. What does it entail to start a company and to also build a world-class business that will transform that industry and sector in this disruptive age? Thank you very much, Afolabi. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Linda, and thanks for having me. Based on the question you asked on starting an SME, a step-by-step approach, I would rather say we don't really have a black and white step by step in starting a business, but there are key things one needs to put into perspectives. Now, when you're starting a business, one of them is what we call the PPPS, and that's having the product. The product comes first. After the registration, I'm sure everybody knows about that, but registration is key. You need to do a legal business, so registration is very key. But more importantly is the product you want to sell. It could be a product, it could be services. So you need to have the product in place. We'll talk about the product as well much later. They also have to put in place the people. So that's the second P, the PPP. Then the third P is the process and the system. So we have the product, it could be services. Then you also need the people. You also need the process, and you also need the system. So for the product, most times people rush into selling products. So people want to do other things because a friend does, just like Mr. Lawali said, someone wakes up one day and says he wants to start a bakery because a colleague is successful in bakery. That is not how really it works. You need to do a lot of things before you get a product out. You need to do a lot of work, do a lot of brainstorming, do a lot of research, know where your market is, know how viable the product is. Because a product is doing well on the island, does not mean the product will do well on the mainland. So it could be the same product, but that does not mean they will do well in different locations. So region also affects your product. Then in developing products, for big organizations, they spend so much effort and time and resources on developing products, and that's what they call the R&D, research and development. I can tell you that Microsoft spends on the average annually about $19 billion on research and development. So an ordinary man would think that's a waste. Why would you waste $19 billion on knowing how to, on thinking and making research on products? But the truth is that the more time you spend on a product, on thinking about a product, the better the product becomes. So when you spend time, have people together, even if you cannot assemble a team, meet people who have been successful in the best, learn from them, learn the challenges, and have a resolve. If that is the same product you want to put out there, and it could be the service as well. So that is very key. You need to have the product in place. And you also need to have a vision for the product. That is very, very important. As far back as 1980, Bill Gates had a vision of having a PC, a computer on every desk and in every home. But back then, Bill Gates was not producing a computer because Microsoft was not a computer producing company. But he had a vision that a computer would be on the desk of everybody or in every home. But you knew a product would be on that computer, and that was Windows. So in every home today, in offices, you will definitely have Windows. So you should have that long-term projection. So your projection should not be the immediate, that I just want to make fast money in the next 6 months, I'm okay. So that is why you find sometimes in businesses do not want to scale because they are okay with what they have. Most times we call it lifestyle business. Once you can pay your rent, you are okay. Once you can buy a car, you are okay. And the business, you let the business go, run itself. So that is not, you need to have a vision for the product that in 50 years time, when I'm not more, what would become of this product? Then the people, which I said earlier, you need to have a good team to work with. So if you don't have a good team, you won't be successful in business. But the people starts with you as an individual. So you need to learn first and foremost about what you want to do. So don't depend so much on people's expertise. If you want to depend on people's expertise, then go into partnership. I advise people don't employ people if you don't have a skill. You want to go into business, but you don't have the skill to run the business. For instance, you want to go into bakery and you don't know how to bake. You are not a baker, then go into partnership with a baker. So the advantage that has is that the baker sees himself as a stakeholder. The baker will not down tools because he knows it's part and parcel of the business. But if you don't have the skills, required skills to run a business and you start a business, most times from what we've seen and from researches, such businesses don't actually do well because you don't have the required skills and the know-how of the business. It has played out on several occasions. So the people starts with you as a person. So just like Mr. Lawali said again, you start business because that's the way it is everywhere. When you start SMEs, you'll be the managing director, or you call yourself the CEO, you are the accountant, you are the HR person, you are one in all, because that is how businesses actually start before you scale up. So that is not something to be shameful about, actually, but that's how business start, because we don't expect as an SME, you get all the resources you need. That you don't do that. Nobody does that. You don't hire 100 people because you want to start a business. So you scale up organically. So you get a few people to start with, but because you want to, you'll be the one in all. You need to have a little bit of accounting to know how to manage your financials. You need to have some level of women management. You need to know how to manage customers and people. So you need some of these skills apart from the technical skills that your job or your business requires. So you need to have those skills. And also the process, you need to have a good process in place. You cannot just run a business in your head. You have to have them documented. Even if the products you have or the services you run is just maybe one, you need to have a good documentation that how do we do this? So that when anybody leaves the organization or the business, maybe you and your one employee or two employees, they leave the organization. When anybody is being onboarded, you have documents that say, this is how we do business here. So one of the problems SMEs face is that things are done haphazardly. There's no process most times, and things when you don't have a good process in place, that there are room for errors. You don't get it right the first time, so you iterate over time, and it costs a lot. You waste materials, you waste resources, and the like. So you need to have a good process in place. By the time you document these processes, you begin to see the shortfalls because it's now in black and white. You have the process documented. Okay, this is how we do this. When you move from this to this, so who does this? How do we source for materials? What's the cost of getting the materials? When we get the materials, where do we store it? So you have a process, no matter how small, you need to have the processes in place. Then you also need to have a system. The system is otherwise what we also call the technology. These days, if you run a business without technology, then you can't run a successful business. You can't run a world-class business without technology these days. Technology is everywhere. There's virtually nothing you cannot buy on the internet. And adopting technology does not mean you have to adopt the most expensive technologies. As a technology person, I can tell you there are free technologies out there. You can get some technologies free of charge without paying a dime. But there are some that you might have to pay for, but the cost is not that much. But people get scared because technology is like a service. They don't see it's intangible. For instance, if you want to buy a software to automate your business, because the software is intangible, you say, why am I paying this amount for what I can't see? People tend to spend more or spend for what they can see. If I see a car, yes, I know I'm spending for this car. But sometimes technology, you can't see it, or you can see it in motion, it's working. You can feel the impact. So you need to spend on technology no matter how small. And the technology you spend on should be as affordable as possible. Don't spend all your capital on technology. Technology is very key. You need, and sometimes for these technologies, we have platforms already. You have marketplaces where you don't have to invest on the technology yourself. For instance, these days, I hear a lot of people say, I want to start a business, I need a website. A website is good for your business. But if you have a website, there are so many things attached to websites. The cost of building the website is there. Then the cost of driving traffic to the website is also there. But why not look for a marketplace where you have the website already created, you have other vendors, the market has been created already. So what we call a marketplace is a virtual place, just like a replica of what we have as a market. For instance, you go to a market, a local market where they sell beverages, for instance, and you find a shoe seller among the beverage sellers. That is odd, because anybody who goes to that section knows he wants to buy a beverage. So if you go there, what he wants to buy is beverage, not a shoe seller. So this is what the market places have created these days. You bring your products and you have other vendors who sell the same products. Then you have people going on those websites to get the products they need. So in those marketplaces, what actually thrives is the market, is the cost of selling. So you need to be competitive in your cost. So if you are very competitive in your cost, then you get a lot of customers and you sell a lot of goods. So you need those three things, and the fourth, which is the system. So you need the product, spend a lot of time on developing your product. It is very, very essential to spend so much time. Then you also need the people, get people to work with you, and that starts with you. Get the required training you need to start a business, then also work on the process, document those processes, have them on paper, then have a good system you can work with. Don't do business on paper. Don't write your ledgers, what you have made. Today, I made 5 million naira today. Don't put it on the paper. Store it somewhere you can refer to after 5 years, that this was how we started, and this is where we are. You can plan with those data, but if you write them on paper, over the years, you lose those papers and you won't have the opportunity to revisit them. So these are simple tips you need to build. And most importantly, have a good vision for your business. Don't think for a lifestyle business, a business that once I'm okay, I'm able to pay my rent, I'm okay. Think of the future. Think of a business that would outlive you, and with that, you'll be able to run a good business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. I hope you did learn some things from Afolabi. He mentioned stuff around people, process, and also systems. These are keys to, these are key things that SMEs need to have to be able to scale their business in this era. I will run quickly to Ijoma. If you're ready, Ijoma, I will have 2 questions for you in one, just for us to be able to maximize time. And I will also like do try to answer this question in like 5 minutes so that I can also take questions for the other speakers, please, if that's fine. So my first question to you, this year has been a very tough one for many businesses. What would you say has kept some while some have died is my first question. Then the second question will be, as a business owner, what has kept you so far, and how can these SMEs tap into the ideas that have made your business functional and profitable in this era?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi everyone. Speaking on the first question, it's been a tough year for businesses, yes. And some of the things that I feel like has kept the businesses that have survived, I would highlight in 3 points. And the first one is tenacity. And tenacity is simply the quality of being determined and persistent. Right? Business in Nigeria, as we all know, is not for the faint-hearted. And one thing that I say to myself is, if at first you don't succeed, you try and try again until you get it right. A tenacious company will survive because they will always find a way to keep picking themselves up. The second point is having a lean operation and fixed cost. So when I was in GE, there was something we used to say, stay lean to go fast. So if you want to go fast and ahead of the curve, you have to stay lean. And so some of the points around that is keeping your fixed costs to the must-haves as opposed to the nice-to-haves, having a good balance of your full-time staff versus consultants. So basically outsourcing the skills that aren't a part of your core competencies, outsourcing it to people who have those competencies. And then in some cases, moving away when you can from the brick and mortar model, which is basically having like a proper office. If you've noticed, a lot of companies are moving now to working from home. And that could be something that could be adapted even post the COVID era. And in terms of like retail businesses, moving to e-business as opposed to a brick and mortar model. So companies like Facebook and WhatsApp business have made it easier as well to be able to engage with technology. And for easier payments, there are organizations like Paystack and Flutterwave, which are fintech companies that make it safe for you to make payments online. There's also staying flexible and adaptable, which is my third point. And so during the pandemic, we noticed that companies like restaurants were able to move from dining in to like delivery services and takeouts. And how quickly a business is able to adjust and adapt to the times and the market demand is a big deal, and is one of the reasons why businesses have survived. One company that I have to give a thumbs up to is 7up. They were very quick to change their soft drinks bottles to sanitizers, the Too-Sure sanitizers. And I think that was very quick, and they were also able to move a lot of their raw materials to be used for the sanitizers. Also staying true to your vision and adapting to the times. There were some fashion companies that changed their operations from making bespoke luxury women's wear to making full PPEs for healthcare workers. So it's being quick and staying adaptable. So I'd say tenacity, lean operations and fixed costs, and staying flexible are part of the things that have kept companies going. So Linda, if it's okay, I'll move on to the next question.
Yes, it's okay, you can.
Okay, and also the second question is, as a business owner, what has kept me so far, and how can SMEs tap into some ideas of my company? So in that sense, I wouldn't say they're like big things that people aren't already doing. I think sometimes it's in the little things. And so for me, one thing that has kept me going is staying true to my values and my vision for my company. So it's very easy for someone to, you know, start a new business and do something different, and you're looking at them like, oh wow, what they're doing works, and it looks like it's something that will work. Maybe I should go into that business. But if you've started something, stay true to your vision, be known for something, don't pivot because someone else is doing it. Good things take time, and so you have to be willing to wait the long haul. And I've just learned not to be a jack of all trades. I want to specialize in this, and that's what I'm going to focus on. So currently I make, one of my businesses is called Nimatai, and I make silk scarves. And so I've just had to stick to my vision, and it's a social enterprise because proceeds from a certain percentage of proceeds go to young girl education. But I've just had to stick to my business model, and I would say that it's working. The second point I would say is know your target market. So who is your target customer? Depending on the kind of business, what do they look like? You know, where do they love to hang out? What do they love to do? What's the age range? So specifying and being very specific about who your target market is allows you to run clearly. So your operations are clearer, and then you know exactly how to target your marketing. And I feel like that's something that has helped me. I understand my target market. I understand who I'm selling to. And so that allows me to focus on the kind of platforms that I use to interact with my customers. Something else I would say is structure. So structure is such a big deal for, I would say, mostly micro companies. So we just go ahead and start a business. We don't put in any structure. There's no financials. You don't have any accounting. But those things are very important. For example, especially for people who want to go and take grants. It's important to have a structured business, and so that's something that is very key to my operations in my company. Keeping my presence online as well, my e-commerce websites, and also having a structure to your business allows you to get loans from banks, such as Wema Bank. As they've mentioned, they have an advisory service, and constantly working on new products that are tied to my core values, as opposed to something that is completely unrelated to the business that I currently do, just so that, you know, I can make ends meet. And even if that were the case, it would be a completely different business. So streamlining your business to streamlining my business to the core competencies and values that I want to see. So yeah, those are the key points for me. So staying true to my values, knowing my target markets, putting in structure, and then working on new products that fit into the vision of my business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have really answered this question very well. So some things that I learned that you need to specialize, you need to stay lean. You can't be a jack of all trades. That's true. You need to specialize. I also understood something about structure and creating new products. I'm always a fan of being innovative and creative. As a business owner, you need to always scout out, check what's happening out there. How can we find new products? What do people really need? If you're able to find what they need and you're able to serve them, you're definitely going to be in business. My next question will go to Nita. Nita is the IP expert. So I'm going to be asking Nita 2 questions in one, so please do take note of them. As an IP expert, what's your advice to SMEs? I will merge it to my next question, which will also be, how can SMEs overcome the hurdle of learning, not being exposed to having issues with their IP? Nita, did you get your questions?
Yes, I did. Hi.
Okay, so,
good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here. And Afolabi and Ijoma, I guess you guys have actually set the tone of what I'm going to be talking about. So quickly to it, So sometimes, as an IP lawyer, I get to have, SMEs, a young person come meet me and say, I have an idea, I want to protect it. I have an idea, I want to patent it. So there's always been that thing of having to break it down in terms of your intellectual property, what is protectable and what is not protectable. As a young, a small business owner, it could be that your business is just about selling that idea or selling that product. Like Afolabi said, if it's a product, which is the most important thing. So take, for instance, if it's a food product, you won't be able to actually even get NAFDAC product registration without having a trademark. So, okay, before I go into that, I'm just going to break down the kinds of intellectual property rights in Nigeria. So we have the registrable rights and the non-registrable rights. So the registrable rights are your trademarks, your patents, and your industrial designs. And the other rights that is really key right now is your copyrights. Copyrights are automatic. Copyrights are, your photographs, your books, and your copyright for me is really, really the intangible rights. Your software, is copyright. So you take, for instance, a tech company wants to protect the software that they're going to use to run the business. So for copyright attaches automatically once you've created something that is eligible for copyright. So the only thing that I would advise small businesses to do is to just have copyright notification. That way, when you're going in to get financing, when you're maybe selling the product to another or partnering, you can have something to show to your partners that you have protected the copyrights. And then that's for rights that are not that do not require registration. Then you have rights that require registration. Your trademarks require registration. So a trademark is your identity, what sets your brand away from another product. So this is key for if you want to differentiate your business from another business, because sometimes what you're doing is actually almost the same like someone else's own, but you want to be able to differentiate your products from another person's own, so you register your trademark. The other registrable right is patent. So if you had an invention, if you had an invention that is physical. So when I get questions saying I want to patent my idea, you can't patent an idea. You can only patent a physical product, a physical invention. So for business SMEs, you have to first of all even understand what your intellectual property right is in the product, whether it is a service, whether it is a product itself. You need to actually understand what it is that you have. And another thing is that you need to find the right partner. The legal space has become very specialized right now. You need to identify a good IP lawyer that would be able to advise you and help you to be able to put all of these things together. The issues I always have with small businesses is the cost of these things. I can assure you that sometimes the cost of these things are not that much. You have to weigh the cost against what would happen if you do not protect it. So imagine that you have this idea that, this product, if you do not protect it, then you don't have a product. So you have to weigh the cost of protecting against what would happen if you do not. So costs, it's, for me, it's as long as it goes into the business, then it is fine. But it is key that you protect, you do all to actually protect your intellectual property before you launch. Those are the sort of things that, like Afolabi said, which goes into processes. You have to put all of those things together before you launch, because sometimes you launch and somebody steals your idea, somebody steals your product, and the person goes to and use the name, because Nigeria is a first to file system for patents, for trademarks, and for industrial design. So you need to be quick and put all of these things in place before going to market. Before I close, I think I'm just going to round up by talking about another non-registrable rights that we have. Things like your business secrets and your trade secrets. You should be able to get proper advice in terms of how you're going to navigate this terrain, because we do not have laws that actually, specific laws that actually provide for trade secrets and all of those things in Nigeria. So you need to speak with your lawyer to ensure that your trade secret is protected before you launch. You can have things in place like simple contracts, and those sort of things, but you need to get proper advice, and that can come in terms of partnering with the right legal experts to be able to navigate that space. I hope I've answered the question, Ijama. Sorry, Linda.
So sorry about that. So I want to thank you very much, Nita, for that explanation. I'll definitely say that I've learned a few things concerning registrable rights and non-registrable rights in terms of trademark, patents, and copyrights, and then what exactly can you really, put a trademark on and put a copyright on. And these are things that we will need to constantly learn as small business owners, not obsolete in one day. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. It was very insightful, and I'm sure one or two people have learned. Please, if you do have questions, please do give us just send us a chat telling us your questions, and we'll take one or two before we end. I will run quickly to Wale, who represents Flutterwave. I'm sure most of us have heard a lot with what Flutterwave have done this year in terms of trying to change the game in the payment system and payment gateway. Wale, I will be asking you two questions in one, just for us to be able to save time. You do have 5 minutes to be able to answer those questions, please, so we're able to finish up on time. My first question will be, what would you say in your words is actually a transformational business? And the second question, which I'll be merging together, will be, we've seen that there have been a lot of changes this year, and the saying of change is the only constant thing in life. What changes have you experienced in your business, and how were you able to use those changes for good? And what would you say have been the lessons learned in this 2020 that some of the SMEs can learn from? The floor is yours, Wale. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Linda. Okay, so in my assessment, a transformational business would be one that understands, that approaches its opportunity with a global view. Yeah, I mean, there are businesses that have regional opportunities or local opportunities, or only a confined or a finite set of target market, right? But just like Afolabi had said, the approach to running a business should be beyond your lifestyle, right? It should be approached with the mindset to evolve beyond meeting your basic needs. I mean, beyond
Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry about his network. I will make sure I bring him back on to answer his questions. But without wasting much time till he comes back, I will run quickly to Mr. Edmond. And Edmond, just to save time, again, within 5 minutes, I'll be asking you two questions. Number one will be, okay, thank you, Edmond, for coming on board. Number one will be, what are the qualities of a transformed business? We're talking about, building a transformational business in this disruptive age. And then I'm also going to be asking, what would you say that these SMEs need to be able to build one, build this outstanding business? The next question, which I would like you to just look into, the two questions for me would also be, we have seen a lot that has happened this year, 2020, with the whole COVID-19. We know clearly that this year has been a disruptive one. We have seen the introduction of new technologies and apps every week, which is really rapid and very fast. How can these SMEs also tap into some of these apps and technology that can help them grow their business? Edmond, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. It's such a privilege to be part of such a great panel. So quickly going to the questions.
Your video is not on. Oh, I can. Your video.
It is on.
Okay.
Hello. Can you see it now? It's on.
Yes, thank you.
Great, great. Okay, so going straight to the questions, qualities of a transformed business, and what would I say that SMEs should focus on? I'll try to take it from the perspective of the attributes, right? Because I mean, most of the people listening already have businesses or are in the process of starting up, as the case may be, or growing what they have in existence. So there are 4 key points that we could look at that would really define what the attributes of a class organization or business should be. First is customer focus. And I'd like to say that by extension, also customer service. Customer should be at the heart of everything that we do as an organization. I mean, be constant thinking what they think, asking ourselves, what are they thinking? How are they acting? What are their current and new needs? What's their response behavior towards our products and services? In what ways can we anticipate their needs and exceed their expectations? What more resources and capacities do we need to add to satisfy them? Because we are in an environment where there is constant evolution. So if the business would remain relevant and world-class, then the customer must be the very, very focus of anything that we do. How can we become part of their everyday lives? That's critical. Next is resources and abilities. And this speaks to a number of things: talent, operations, technologies, products, and services. So we're either securing the best of what's available, or we're improving on what's existent to be able to compete or compete effectively, or have the competitive advantage, or remain relevant, or maintain that cutting edge. Next, also, which I think that Ijoma had mentioned, is strategic vision. Now, the interesting thing with vision is the fact it's the big picture of where you're going. Now, when you break that down and you take it further, you now look at the mission. The mission speaks to the approach you're going to take to achieve that vision. And that could change from time to time. Now, if I go back on my, to my current employment, Microsoft, like my from Kobe had said earlier on, started out with a vision of putting a PC on every table across the globe. But today, what Microsoft pursues is way different. Microsoft is empowering every organization on the planet to achieve more, which is way different from where they started. But the truth about it is this: at the center of the focus of all of the things that they've tried to achieve is the customer. So for strategic vision, we have to be able to redefine what the big picture is in the light of what the current environment is, with a view to either asking ourselves how, why, or interrogating or implement. Is it still strategic? Is it still relevant? Is it still required? And in what ways can we alter that to maintain, value, in mind of the customer? Next is value creation. Value creation is at the heart of world-class organizations. Embedded actually is continuous research for gaps, opportunities, areas we can improve on what we do, either through the processes, the products, services, and solutions that we provide. Better services, efficiency, great experiences for them, which speaks to accuracy, personalized services, and being on time. Also embedded in this is innovation, actually. And every world-class organization should be thinking innovation, which simply means improving or replacing what you're doing currently, or a combination of both, to add new value. I dare say that during the COVID, we saw quite a lot of this take place. I mean, I could mention a few. I think Ijoma already mentioned 1 or 2, but some of them that we saw were commercial airlines offering cargo flights, grocery stores becoming fulfillment centers. All right. We saw cases where stores began to expand their digital ordering platforms. We saw cases where fitness companies began to do more workouts online for their customers. We saw cases where insurance companies began to provide localized and route-based insurance cover. So if you have to take up an insurance with a company, and your route, if you stay in Lekki, is VI Lekki there for work and church, they would insure you within that environment. You don't have to be charged a premium for the whole of Lagos State or for the whole of the country. You're charged based on the localized area within which you moved. So we saw a lot of this innovation go through, and this is what any world-class company should be thinking, or any company who wants to become world-class. Another point is focus on quality and sustainability, which simply speaks the standard of excellence and holding on to that, in such an accountable. One of the things that I've experienced in the course of my career is the fact that when it comes to doing jobs, there's quite a marked difference between how the local organizations or SMEs in quotes execute and how foreign organizations execute. For example, if I were to give a brief now to a marketing brief to a couple of companies, local and international, the international companies will come back with a precise number of weeks or days that they would need to deliver value to you. If they say it's 2 weeks, and you push back as a client and say, no, I want that thing in 3 days, in 4 days, they will politely decline handling that project and tell you that rather than corrupt or bring something that is sub-excellent or substandard, they'd rather not do it. But what do we have with our local SMEs? Just to ensure that that job is taken up by them, they'll cut corners and say, okay, we will try and do it in 4 days. Meanwhile, logically speaking, you cannot deliver that job in 4 days. And at the end of the day, what you have is disappointments. You have, a disgruntled client, and then subsequently there are no referrals. Subsequently, those jobs don't come back. So we need to ensure that we maintain focus on excellence and we don't compromise on that. Lastly, I think Ijema also mentioned this, is agility and flexibility. We have to be able to think on our toes. Because like we said, the market is changing, the customers are changing, policies are changing here and there. And so every business has to maintain agility and flexibility and be ready to make the move or make the shift in one way or the other. Moving on to the second question that you asked also about technologies. The year has been very disruptive. We all agree. Nobody can, is putting that in question. But what technology basically does is this. Technology is an enabler. Now, you cannot enable what you have not defined. So for SMEs, there are so many technologies. I mean, Falabi mentioned, some of them. You have to define, first of all, and be clear where you're going with your business, where you are on in your transformation journey. Now, once you've been able to define all of that, then you can examine, and this would just help some people, from different perspectives. You could examine, either you're examining from how you engage with your customers, or you're examining from how you empower your employees, or how you optimize your operations, or how you want to transform your products and services. Those are 4 areas or perspectives you can look at your digital transformation of your business. Now, when you are able to define that, you have to now look at what technologies are available to enable or support you achieving these objectives that you have. Once you do that and you have identified the technologies that are available, then you have to ask yourself a couple of questions. Are these technologies affordable? Are these technologies customizable to your business, to your particular business needs? What amount of learning is required? Because at times we pick up technologies that will take you forever to learn and make the adjustments in your business. And you might be in a fast-paced business that doesn't have that amount, where you don't have that amount of time. What amount of learning is required? Are the technologies compatible with your existing systems? What is the ease of use like? Is there a support service for these technologies available within your locality or within your environment? These are critical questions that you SMEs have to ask. We have to ask ourselves. And when we're able to answer all these questions, we have to also ask again, one final question. What is the experience and feedback of those already using this technology? So you can just jump on any technology just because it's available. Get feedback and understand what people's experiences are. Then you decide between your available options and engage the providers of these technologies. SMEs, the truth is this, we have to be very, 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 SMEs, please don't be worried about all the technologies that are available out there. Be aware of what's available. That's very, very critical. Understand the use of what's available and stick to what is needed to achieve your objectives. I think I'll stop there with the 2 questions. I believe I've been able to answer both of them.
I think so too. Edmond, thank you so much. And you really dealt well with the questions. I can't even mention all that you have said, but some things that I'm going to take away is that, SMEs really need to understand the technologies that are out there. Understand which one is easy, which one is accessible, which one is affordable, which one has also got the right support, and which of this technology will be easy for you to learn and adapt quickly as a business. It's a lot for you to understand that things are changing really fast and you don't want to waste so much time on one. Edward, thank you so much. We've learned a lot from you, and I'm sure that most people are also learning. I'm going to dive quickly to Mr. Donto. If you're ready for me, I'm going to also merge two questions in one for you so that we round up on time. That's how, for you working with Wema Bank, how has the bank been able to build a transformational business over time? The other question will be, as a bank, what would you say have been the greatest lesson for you this year, 2020? We've seen, I'm really happy with the banks. I thank God for the fact that most of us already had mobile apps and we're already transacting on our phone. It would have been a disaster, if we didn't have all those things in place. And thank God also, as Edmond has said, for technology, which has made it very easy. Now, how are you guys able to serve your customers and meet up with demands, that we're changing constantly over time? Thank you very much for coming on, Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Linda, and thank you to all the earlier speakers. It's nice to be here. So first, I'll start by looking at what the transformation must be for everyone. In the first instance, we need to understand that digital is a mindset. And from that perspective, every SME, every business owner must have the right mindset towards that. And in doing so, it will require you to reimagine your business. It will require you to reimagine your society, which speaks to the customer itself. And it will also require you to reimagine the government, the global, the local, as the case may be. That also sets you in the right path from being able to deal appropriately across the entire framework, across the ecosystem. So for you to be transforming, to transform appropriately, you should understand what goes on within the macroeconomy. You should understand how it affects you as a business. You should understand whatever it is that can disrupt your process, and you must consciously disrupt this by yourself. And again, the panelists have spoken about this in the fact that, you must be ready. You must also know your onions. And I'll also take this to the point of view of what the banks has done and what the customers has gone through within this period. So as a bank, for us, we dug our well before we test. And that also speaks to what we did around the digital transformation of our processes. We were quick in understanding way back the need for us to be very digital in our approach and reduce what we call the brick and mortar. And just like my MD said in the fire chat, we were able to quickly reimagine the business of banking from what it used to be as brick and mortar to what it should be, and it is now, as the fact that it's no longer where you go, it is what you do. And what you do can be done on your mobile phone. You can do banking right there, and you can transact effectively that way. We were able to put that together like 3 years ago, and it was just like we were waiting for COVID. So when COVID came, we were easily able to adapt to the situation. And that takes us to taking the customers through that process in itself. We were saddled with getting the customers to adopt digital part of the transacting side of their banking. We had to move quite a number of our customers to the digital platform so that they don't need to be physically present in any bank branch. Again, physical adoption is also a journey. Digital adoption is also a journey. We're quite still a number of customers who are still reluctant from point of view of security, from point of view of being able to accept the fact that things have changed. So we were able to convince them in a number of cases to do that. And in doing so, we also keyed into their expectations. There was a lot of flexibility around the approach to banking, particularly from the loan customers. While the COVID was going on, we understood the fact that quite a number of them would not be able to meet their obligations as at when due. So we put in place some repayment holidays for the businesses that matter, the businesses that were at it, and we're also able to walk them through from point of view of just the pure play, buying and selling, to being able to properly understand their business flow. We had to do some training at some point in time to get these customers to understand the activities that must go hand in hand with transformation. Such one also impacted their health, and we also taught it to also ensure that we're able to partner with experts to also take us through some of those issues that we needed to do. Nobody had an inkling of COVID and there was no silver bullet for anyone. So it was a case of flexibility from the part of the bank. And in doing so, we're also able to understand their pain points. There was a lot of engagement. Take, for instance, after COVID or while in COVID, there was NSAS. And in a number of cases, some businesses lost their means of livelihood, lost their business places. And what we did was to immediately start to engage them. A person calls through, trying to find out what we could do to help them. And it was quite interesting in the fact that, I mean, from point of view of the bank, it wasn't too much about funding. It was around, how can you help me to navigate this place? What do I need to do to pivot from one way of doing things to the other? And we provided support in that respect. By and large, we learned that we needed to be more flexible within the space. And we were also lucky because we had also identified a number of key business segments that were thriving and will be it. And when they were it, we were able to quickly respond to that. We did quite a lot within the seminar, just like you have seen today. We've been able to organize some across gender, across segments, across even locations in manners that would enable them to properly situate their business opportunities. So for us, we were very clear on the fact that going forward and in this period of transformation, just like the co-panelists have said, the process and the strategies must be well thought out. While you may not have anticipated the fact that you would need to do less and less of brick and mortar, we're also able to take you through the opportunities that are readily available. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You have the Facebook training that will enable you to, get acquainted with social media marketing. We also had interest in the tax and advisory services to enable people to understand how they could manage their tax exposures and also navigate. We had businesses who were not registered before now and were also not eligible to be part of the DFI funding. We had businesses who were thinking they could stand alone, and we also need to encourage them to be part of a community. For some of the social intervention funds from the CBN and some of the DFIs, some of the companies needed to be within communities of like businesses. We were able to organize some in that respect and also position them appropriately to take benefit of such opportunities from the government. By and large, it's an ongoing issue, and we are comfortable that with what we have done so far, we've been able to arrest some of the threats that a number of SME businesses will have fallen into, and that could have led to them folding up. And for us, it's a continuous game, and we're willing, able, and ready. We also did some form of retooling on our own part. Reimagining required us to reskill, reimagining required us to retool, and some of those things were being done to ensure that as an entity, we were digitally ready to take on every aspect of businesses that could come from our customers and also be able to support them beyond just the financial activities. Thank you. You're muted, Linda.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Doksun. You've said quite a lot. And I must say that I did see some of the things that Wema Bank did to help SME businesses, which was why I felt that it would be really very important for you guys to come and tell the SMEs how they can benefit. But one thing I'm going to take away from what you've said is the fact that we need to think fast, proactive in our thinking, right? So sometimes we have to create solutions ahead of time before they might be needed, just like the Zoom app we're using now for events like this. You guys had to move from just brick and mortar into having apps and technology whereby people can transact anywhere, everywhere, and on the go, and which is really key. One other thing you mentioned is the fact that we have to be adaptive, so finding solutions to the problems on ground. So you guys also try to find supporting solutions to people who needed other things and helping them, advise them to register, to get tax advisory. These are key things for SME businesses. Thank you so much. I really appreciate what Wema Bank is doing. I will run quickly back to Wale. Wale, are you back on? Sorry about the internet or the break. If you're ready, I'm going to have you take your questions and then we'll wrap it.
Yeah, I'm back up now.
Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So what I was trying to say at the time was, a transformational business has to leverage service, efficiency, and value, right? I mean, all of these factors have to be at the foundation of the execution of this business. So what do I mean? For service, right, a business has to differentiate, whether it's rocket science, whether it's rocket you're building, or you're just selling bread, right? You have to be deliberate about the quality of service, right? And this is one of the very few things that can distinguish you in that space. Most Nigerian businesses are not deliberate about service, right? Most businesses just execute to collect whatever they need to do, right? That's one. Two, efficiency, right? Every business needs to understand that there's hardly anything that is new, right? So in whatever space that you try to do, you need to understand that whilst you have ensured that the quality of your service is good, the speed and efficiency which you deliver that service is also very key, right? So for example, at Flutterwave, right, we understood very early that accepting payments online was not new or revolutionary, right? All we just did was improving the process and access to this service. So before us, right, it was tough to get your business to accept monies online. And I mean, a couple of us can attest to that on this call, right? And at the time that we came, all we did was just improve the onboarding process and ensure that documents could be submitted online, right? And that was the transformation that we did in that space, right, at the time. And then of course, every other thing ruled on the back of that transformation. Now, thirdly is value. Now, one of the speakers here had described that it's critical to understand your target market, right? Understand the customer that you serve, putting the customer at the center of your focus. This can only happen if you understand and you have the mindset of value creation, right? You need to first, as a small business, right? You need to first identify the market that you're looking to serve and understanding what is valuable to them, right? If you cannot add value to them to improve the quality of their life or the quality of their revenue or the quality of your client's expectation from A to B, right? Then clearly you may not necessarily have a business, right? So that understanding and having value creation at the back of your mind as an MSME or as the AMSME is very critical. Now, in terms of transformational things that we've done as a business at Flutterwave, right? During the lockdown, we understood, we got a lot of requests because I mean a lot of businesses wanted to evolve into digital execution and serving their customers digitally, right? And it was tough for small businesses who didn't have a website to now collect monies. Why? Because at the time, having a website was one of the requirements by regulation, right, in our business space for collecting monies online. We had to adapt, right, to the evolving trend, and which was helping customers create a unique URL and they can upload their businesses online. So what does a simple business need, right? Number one is, what does a simple business need to collect money online? Is a URL and listing your goods online. There may be an inventory to manage your stock, right? We put all of this in a simple product called the Flutterwave Store, right? So as a small business without a website, right, we created a unique product that can help you log on to the Flutterwave URL, create a store, upload your products, upload the prices, right? And then upload the quantity of stock that you have. And then we just created a marketplace for you, right? That store is exclusive to you. You can brand it with your logos and your collaterals, and then you can begin to trade without having to invest in a website, invest in cloud storage infrastructure and other costs that come with setting up a business online, right? And that's how I would describe transformation, right? meeting your customers at the point of their need, right? In terms that they need you the most, is how I would describe a transformational business. I don't know if that answers the question, Linda. Thank you.
Doris, thank you very much. I'm going to wrap up quickly so we can move into the next panel without wasting so much time. We have a lot to learn from all the seasoned speakers that we have today. I want to thank everyone for staying tuned for almost an hour with my lovely panelists, Afolabi, Ijoma, Nita, Wale, Edmond, and Dotun. You guys have done tremendously well. I couldn't have done this without you. We have been talking about building a transformational business in an age of disruption. They have, mentioned a lot of things around customer service, being creative and being innovative, thinking out of the box, changing the game, using the right technology, product people system from Afolabi. That was really very good. Ijoma talked about the lean course. We did also mention about understanding what you need to register trademark, patents, and copyright. We also learned a lot from Edmond and Dotto in terms of processes, using the right technology, making sure it's affordable, accessible with the right support, and it goes on and on. We will have this, recording, so you can always go back to listen and gain one or two things. On this note, I want to say thank you to all my panelists. I want to thank you to the host. We will also be calling the host back or introducing Bolu Shokwe, who is the moderator for panel session 2. Thank you.
Yes, Cody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Bolu Shokwe ready? Yay, thank you for coming on. So I'm going to hand over to you now. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second panel of today, where we'll be discussing profiting during a downturn. As introduced, my name is Boluwashokwe Ogboye, and I will be moderating this panel. And I am a sustainable finance expert in the power sector, and also the founder of Brave Network, a student and recent graduate employability support platform. I'm joined today by 6 panelists who are experts across different fields. And today, what our discussions are going to focus on or revolve around is strategies that have been implemented by SMEs in this unprecedented financial year, and that have proven effective in ensuring companies made a profit, and key areas going forward that SMEs should develop in their business models to enable them take advantage of opportunities that as we're entering into another interesting economic time. So I would like to give the panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves, and I'm starting with Muna Onuzo, who is the founder of Gazelle Academy and also known as the Startup Doctor. Muna. Sorry, Muna, are you there? If Muna isn't here, we'll just go on to the next person, who is Uzochukwu Obianu, an associate director at KPMG and an expert in tax and regulations for SMEs. Uzochukwu.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me here.
Fantastic. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, so I'm an associate director with KPMG. I primarily focus on tax, and I have a very soft spot for SMEs. I'm the pioneer lead for SME business and KPMG tax. I'm also an integral member of the enterprise group, which is where we take care of businesses that are still trying to find their feet, as it were. That's the SME group. And I have an oil and gas experience, but I enjoy doing SME and working with SMEs. So that's what I do, yeah.
Fantastic, welcome. Thank you very much. I'd now like to introduce Olawale Ayilara and give him an opportunity to introduce himself. He's the founder and CEO of Landway Investment Limited, and he sits on the boards of a number of businesses. Olawale.
All right, good morning. My name is Olawale Ayilara, current CEO for Landway Investment Limited. and Group CEO for Oxygen Holdings. Landway Investment Limited is a real estate company in Lagos, Nigeria, disrupting with new innovation and technology for residential development within the Lagos axis. So good morning, I'm happy to be here.
Good afternoon, thank you for being here. So I would also like to call on Akim Munehi.
Oh, sorry, I said morning, afternoon.
No problem at all. So it's morning somewhere. So I would like to introduce Akim Munehi, who is a business transformation manager at an international oil company and is a business strategy mentor and a thought leader. Akim, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to be here. I think you've introduced me already. So I have an interest in businesses and advising even entrepreneurs. I speak and I write as well. I'm happy to be here and glad to be with this distinguished panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Next is Francesca Alabede, who is the customer experience expert, currently heading operations and customer experience in Jobberman. Francesca.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thanks Golu for having me here. I'm really excited to be here. So my name is Francesca Alabede. I head operations and experience at Jobberman. I'm a customer advocate and I'm focused on I'm focused on improving processes in the business and ensuring that excellent customer service is delivered to the customer because as we know, customer is king. The customer is the only reason why businesses are in operation. So that's what I do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Francesca. And we also have Olasike Ibojo, who is the customer success manager at Paystack. And she focuses on managing relationships between banks and other corporate partners. Olasike, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hi, Bolishokwe. Good afternoon. And good afternoon to everyone else on the panel and to everyone that has joined the call today. My name is Olasike. Yes, that's the pronunciation of my name. My name is Olasike. I'm currently a customer success manager for Dispute at Paystack. But beyond that, I've had the opportunity of engaging customers, both like small businesses, big businesses that use Paystack. And I must say that it's really interesting to see what these businesses are willing to achieve, in their space. So I'm very, I think this panel is going to be really interesting. I'm excited about what we will be discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So just before we begin, I'm just going to set a few ground rules, nothing too hard. So first of all, each speaker is going to have 2 to 3 minutes to respond to questions directed at them. And with other speakers having 1 minute if they wish to add further commentary. Second, when you're not speaking, please put your mics on mute and please keep your videos on, internet permitting. Third, this session is meant to be for 1 hour. I'm going to try and keep our conversations to 45 minutes and take any other questions in the remaining 15-minute session. And most importantly, number 4, please let's have fun. It's a conversation and we're just here sharing knowledge. Are we all ready? Okay, fantastic. So my first question is to Olasike. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. So what would you say, because you work very closely with a number of SMEs that have had to go through this pandemic shutting down and going digitally fully. What do you think SMEs have done differently to profit during this pandemic?
Okay. Yes. Okay, I hope everyone can hear me. Cool, interesting. As we know, Paystack works with businesses in different segments, both small and large businesses. And during the pandemic, what we saw or what we noticed was a lot of small businesses started embracing the commerce tools that we had made available. So on Paystack, we have something we call the commerce tools, and it consists of payment pages, product links, and storefronts, right? You know, like we found that businesses evolved from just using our payments page, right, to just like giving visibility to the products that they're selling. And that's what like the product link and the storefront does for you, right? So we just saw that businesses, you know, were just adjusting to the new normal, which is what we call it, which is what we call like this whole pandemic season now, we call it the new normal, right? So we saw that businesses just, you know, took advantage of the tools we've made available on Paystack so that they could give visibility and they could also like still be in touch with their customers who are willing to do business with them. We saw a lot of SMEs evolve from just having like physical stores to, you know, making their goods available online. And, you know, some even like some went ahead to, you know, even keep in touch with their customers, right? Using like the messages that we've allowed them, you know, customize on the Paystack payments page, on our product link, on the storefronts. So that's one key thing that we saw. We just saw more small businesses coming online, and it was just like, it was really impressive to see that they were embracing and just like moving with the trends of the pandemic. That's one thing we noticed.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that. So just as you just said, SMEs have taken advantage of the situation and turned what seemed like things that were going to wreck the economy to actual opportunities to expand and grow the services that they provide to their customers. So my next question is to Olawale, because your company, Landway, has done something quite different. So where a lot of economies are seen shrinking all around the world, your company has gone ahead to start having investments in the UK and even Canada as well, and still expanding within Nigeria. So what do you think, what would you say your organization has seen during this period that you've done differently, not just to stay afloat, but to actually profit, I imagine, and also to expand, grow your company?
I think that first, every business owner needs to realize that no business is rigid. Must have a system in place that allows flexibility in your product, in your operation, and in your entire process. You know, and if we understand that, you know, we've seen how how COVID has affected a lot of things, and how business owners have had to re-engineer and rethink their business, retool their business, and then come up with different ways in which business is not emotional. Business is not about you yourself. Business is about the market. So irrespective of what is happening, if what you're currently doing is not serving the market at that particular point in time, you can convert the need of the market at the current time. You know, and we've seen how factories, how there was something I heard about this factory. They make children's clothing, and instantly they had to convert to starting to make nose masks. So your business will allow for that flexibility. For us at Landview, what we from the time we started hearing about it, we started thinking, we started strategizing to see how we can our entire operation online. It was so nice. But what COVID did was to help us achieve that faster. So we started thinking on how we can convert inspections and our property details to online, and we did that really fast. So people were doing inspections online. We increased our online marketing budget, and not only that, we were now designing homes and spaces in a way that allows people to work from home, and then, you know, and paying attention to internet within internet infrastructure within our estate, and then, you know, also making sure that people from any part of the world can view their property. So we did a lot of things, maximizing the online tools, and which I think is one of the things that every business owner must understand and must operate from that point of view. How can they rework their entire business operation? Even Airbnb took a very big hit during the COVID, but they are back now, and then they've had to rethink their entire business operation into accommodating the present circumstance. And this has to happen really fast. So it's not until, because see, there are some winds that will happen in business that is beyond you to control. You can't control the wind, it's beyond your control, but you can control your sail to make sure that whatever happens, the wind only helps you to get to your destination. And this is one key character that every business must develop. Not only the business owner, but everybody within the scope of the organization must develop that to say, okay, no matter what happens, if you're coming up with any project, now these are still us that we have to think of the worst case scenario to say, okay, what if this happened? How else can we turn? So it's about you running a business model that allows you to turn every negative action to a positive result at the end of the day. How can you turn a stumbling block to a stepping stone? And this is the model that we've had to do a lot of research on, and we're still doing research on, to say, okay, even if on all our products, on all our strategies, on all our operations, what if this should happen? How else can this thing work for us? So what if, okay, tomorrow this happened now? So it's a new thinking pattern, and it's a frequency that every business owner must just channel their energy in that frequency to say, how else can we make something good out of a terrible situation? So, and that is what has governed our entire business operation.
Thank you very much for that, Olawale.
I hope I was able to answer the question. So
yes, you were, definitely. So Olawale has spoken in depth in terms of business flexibility and agility. So my next question is going to be to Akin. So outside the economic shifts that have obviously happened, what do you think the major strategy pitfalls have been for SMEs that have obviously not weathered this times properly and have incurred losses during this pandemic?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So when you talk about economic shift, you're talking about a shrink in demand, the demand curve, moving to the left, as it were, a shrink in a decline in aggregate demand, in consumption spending, in investment spending, in government spending, export minus import decline. It's quite easy to blame the economy for failure of businesses, but the truth is that an economy in recession typically exposes poor business strategies and practices. So the businessmen and entrepreneurs should take advantage of the current downturn to improve their business, to improve efficiency. A few businesses that I speak to, a few entrepreneurs tell me that they've been able to reduce their OPEX, some of them to as high as 50%. So it's not difficult to succeed in a flourishing economy. But when the economy goes bad, then we need to adjust. The first thing I'd like to talk about, which others which others are directly linked into, is panicking. When there's a recession, business leaders, entrepreneurs should not panic, because when you panic, you have tunnel vision. When you panic, you don't think rationally, you don't take good decisions, you're frozen, you're incapable of adjusting, and you do all sorts of things. So it's a pitfall during recession that entrepreneurs should watch out for. Another thing I'd like to talk about is lack of adaptability, and it's been said earlier. Entrepreneurs and businessmen, SMEs generally, they need to be adaptive, even so much at this time. For example, running a school today is different, significantly different from running a school just 10 months ago. Technology now plays a key role. Spacing also plays a key role. Assuring parents plays a key role. The way break time is structured is very important. and not just the school. You know, someone talk about the bakery, someone talk about the restaurant, someone talked about fashion designer. So everything has changed. You know, tools like the social media, you know, and internet marketing is now more important than ever before. So SMEs should be adaptable even at this time. Being rigid is a dangerous trap, which they should be careful of. Another thing I like to talk about is dropping your prices immediately, just reacting, you know, to the economy, to the shrink in demand, to the shrink in consumer confidence and spending, and then dropping your prices as a reaction to that. You know, unless you're a low cost leader, there will always be someone that can provide those goods and services at a lower price. So what should you do there? You should what I call accentuate, you know, your most profitable product, i.e. understand the unit cost and understand the margin of each product. So this is time for SMEs, you know, to pay attention to the cost build-up and see those products that are most profitable. They may not be your favorite, but they're the ones that are returning even the biggest bucks to your bank. So you need to promote that, and anything can be accentuated once you are very clear on what the cost is. Another thing you can do is to differentiate. So you can practice what is called price differentiation, i.e. selling the same product to different markets at different prices. So the condition for that is that you need to be able to separate your market. So you need to be able to think and say, no, instead of dropping my price, let me see those people that are willing to pay more. Those people that are this market that I may lose at this price, let me drop the price. Let me capture them. Maybe the students, for example, let me still maintain them. Let me still get the volume from them. Another thing they can do instead of dropping price, you know, is to outsource. You know, I think someone mentioned that earlier, is to outsource, you know, segments of their businesses that they don't have, you know, comparative advantage with. Areas of their business that they're struggling with, areas of their business that's not their core competence, and give it to folks, you know, that can do that. For example, delivery, for example, you know, you want to deliver, you know, for customers are not willing to come out these days. You don't need to buy your own bikes or your own delivery vehicles. You can get, you know, so many companies, you know, out there that can deliver even for you. I'd like to stop there because of time.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Akin. So everything that you've spoken about is really about companies understanding what actually gives them competitive advantage. And so those are usually pulled from your human capital. So from what skills you already have in your company, and also what resources that you can have. So this really just leads into my next question. And I want two people to come here. And so I want to ask Ugochukwu to speak specifically to the resources that SMEs are going to need to have available to take advantage of, you know, opportunities or to absorb sudden shocks. And then I would like to go to Francesca to talk about, you know, how to, because what we're experiencing now is brain drain. So we're seeing the beginning of what may be the largest brain drain we've experienced in Nigeria. And even potentially other parts of Africa as well, to the more developed nations. And so what can SMEs do to retain, that skilled labor, to retain that labor that they know adds a difference to their strategy? So I want Ugochukwu to answer first, and then Francesca will come on.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to look at resources generally, rather than as maybe human resources or financing and all that. But in terms of resources, the kind of resources, and I'll look at it first from the qualities that such an SME needs to have to be able to immediately take advantage of opportunities. When I came in and I joined this session, I heard someone talking about being able to take quick decisions, adaptability, being able to pivot out of your current area of core competence to be able to take advantages that the times have presented. And I would like to emphasize that as one key quality, one key resource that an SME will need to have. It's a mindset. Usually you find that business people try to hold on to the original idea, the original concept that they started that business with. But if you are not able to think beyond that business and see opportunities that you could possibly position for, even if it is in the short to medium term, you will find that you will struggle. So as we are beginning to see that, look, the times are changing quite very fast, and you need to be at the level where you need to be very flexible. I also want to say that, look, it's important that you move in the direction of government. It's important that you move as much as possible in the direction of government. In Nigeria now, there's a lot of emphasis around agriculture, and businesses that find that themselves moving in that tide. If you want to swim against the government tide, it's always very difficult. I'll give you an example. If you find yourself in a situation where what you're trying to do is what the government is trying to discourage, say you are into some form of importation of goods that have ready substitutes in Nigeria, you will find that you'll be swimming hard against the tide. So it's important that you move in the line that government has set the agenda. You know, before now, we hear businesses say they have not read the budget. Do you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to evaluate and ask themselves, what is the direction? And how do we plan our strategies and organize our resources in such a way that we can harness the opportunities that the government focus will provide? Now, it's also good to watch and say, what's the flow of funds? What's the general flow of funds within the economy? And how do I position my business, both existing and, if I want to pivot, how do I already begin to think and say, what's the optimal distribution of the resources that are available to me? So I will think back and say, what's the current flow of funds in Nigeria? Where is the funds going to? And then how do I take advantage of that? I always say to SMEs that, look, if you focus on essentials, and by essentials, essentials are defined. Somebody talked about market segregation. What might be essential to me may not be essential to another person in another market. If you focus on the essentials in the market where you have defined to play, you will find that for the most part, you will be able to organize your resources efficiently. So that will help you in terms of the skills that you're looking for. It will help you in the terms of manpower. It will help you in terms of collaboration that you seek. So it's being able to take a very, very broad view and stay nimble, stay on your feet, such that you can quickly make the necessary adjustments and reorganize your resources in a way that will harness the ultimate aim of your business, which is providing value and then at the same time getting paid for such value. Let me stop here for the sake of time.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Uzochukwu, for your very enlightening session in terms of SMEs being very aware of what's going on around them and in what direction the government is moving in, and take that into consideration into their strategy. So Francesca, I think my question still applies in terms of what is it that SMEs should start doing to retain highly skilled workers in their business. So,
hello.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Bolu, for that question. So, SMEs need to understand their organization, and these are you have to ensure because you have competitions looking out to actually coach your best staff, and these are your assets. So you have to come up with creative ideas to actually ensure that they are happy being in your organization. So things like having a healthy environment. So your employees have to be comfortable being in your organization. How do you listen to your employees? Do you understand their needs? For for you to have happy customers, you must first of all have happy employees. So how do you take care of your employees? You look at your salary structure. Are they being paid fairly? Do you have opportunities for growth? How do they have opportunities for training to improve on not just on their but also on their personal ties to retaining in a jobberman with the growing in the minds of a strong immediate step in protecting employees and customers. So for the employees, we switched from in-office to working from home almost overnight. And management went a step further in providing extra stipends to help them cover internet and electricity costs. So this helped to ease the burden on employees. Also, management invested in technology to keep the teams committed and
Hello, Francesca, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
Hope I was able to answer your question. Did you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, there was. Okay, thank you very much. You've shared a lot of things, but I think your internet was a bit unstable. But we have gotten the information in terms of SMEs being very aware and very conscious in their leadership style with their being in touch with what the reality is for their staff. Happy staff, happy customer. So we just had Muna Onuzo join us, and I'd like her to introduce herself. She's the founder of Gazelle Academy and the startup doctor. So Muna, could you introduce yourself and we'll carry it on.
Hi, everybody. My name is Muna Onuzo, and I am known as the startup doctor and also an accountability coach. And this is because most SMEs, entrepreneurs who start working, I hope you can hear me clearly. Most entrepreneurs deal with mindset blockages in terms of carrying out their businesses, especially when they encounter issues around policies, society and environment, issues that come up that make SMEs not to thrive in this economy. Most times they start a business with enthusiasm, and at the end of the day, they don't have the willpower to drive it to success, to a successful conclusion or to a progressive end. So that is why I have been a champion to get people to stay accountable, to get SMEs and business owners to stay accountable, to stay true to their goals, and to ensure that whatever they have articulated that they want to do, that they get it done to the end. I am also the technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of State for Education, and in my capacity, we are working assiduously to ensure that the Nigerian education system and environment is positively impacted. We have done that with what we have currently recently announced for teachers, the new salary scale, which we're working towards. At Gazelle Academy, we have empowered over 2,000 Nigerian youth with skill and business training, most of whom have gone from skill to enterprise and are running successful.
Sorry, it seems that we've lost Muna for now. Muna, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, now we can hear you.
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for That introduction. Thank you for making it. I know this was a bit tight for you.
Okay.
So just to catch you up so far in the conversation. So we've spoken about what it is that businesses have done right and how they've been able to take opportunities. We've also spoken about things that companies did not do right, and that's what has really affected them during this pandemic. And then we've spoken about the resources that companies must have for them to be able to scale, so things that give them that competitive advantage that is sustainable, and how to really retain skilled laborers or skilled workers in your business as an SME. Uzochukwu also highlighted the fact that businesses must go where government policy is directed towards. And so I'm going to let you catch your breath before I ask you any question. So I think my next question, well, actually, if you're good to go, then next question.
I am, because I have to run back into the meeting. I actually stepped out of the meeting.
Okay,
fantastic. I'll be happy to clear my own area.
Oh, no problem. So I think my next question will really be to you. You know, what do you see the future of businesses or future of doing business as we enter into what I believe is going to be a new interesting economic era? I mean, economies are shrinking. Some economies are going into recessions or depressions, or potentially depressions. And what do you think is going to be different in doing business in this time?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I lost you there for a bit, so I couldn't get your question.
Okay, so the question is, what do you think the future of doing business is, or the future of doing business in this economic times around the world, in Africa, in Nigeria? What do you think the future of doing business is going to be?
I think for every business owner, one thing we have to do to survive and also to stay abreast of times and trends. Because if we look at what has happened this year, we can clearly state that most business owners were caught unawares, right? And the most important thing that we have to look out for in the outlook for businesses next year is that we have to stay agile as a business. And what that means is that we have to be adaptable to the changes. I hope you can hear me. We have to be adaptable to the changes that are going on around us. What it means, we have to have an agile mindset, we have to have an agile business structure, and we have to have an agile workforce who adapts to change as it occurs. Also, we have to be able to have a lean mindset to be able to work in tomorrow's business future in Nigeria and in Africa, because we have seen with what happened this year that we can achieve more with less. Now, what do I mean about that? Most people let go of their staff, right? And they've seen that they can actually run their businesses without all that, all the employees that they currently had, and without the big buildings that they had. People started working from homes, right? So that eliminated rent, eliminated office space and all of that. So there's a lot that would change in the business environment going forward. Although Africa, because for whatever reason that we are grateful for, we were not really as impacted negatively with the COVID-19 pandemic as most other countries in the Western regions, in the Western world. We are lucky in that regard. However, that does not mean that we will take whatever is going on in the world for granted. So we must have an agile mindset to be able to cope. Sorry, 1 second, please. I have a noisy background. 1 second. Yes, apologies for that. I had a noisy background. So we have to stay positive as business owners. We have to also be not risk averse, but risk minded. We have to take risk. We have to take risk measures in our businesses to look around us to know what is happening and what is not. Let me give you an example what I mean by that. A couple of years ago, as a business owner, I realized that my business was solely driven within the physical space in terms of one-on-one customer interactions. And I realized that I needed to innovate to get my business to a different level. And that was when we started pushing for technology. Fast forward 2 years later, COVID-19 happened. Now my business was already prepared to face the future that we are seeing today, which is our current reality. And that is what I see and I advise businesses to look at. You must stay innovative. You must look at the trend happening in different regions. Like when COVID-19 happened in China, most people in Africa did not realize that it was going to come to us. But discerning business owners knew that the future of business was changing, and they started taking immediate steps to adapt their business environment, adapt their structures, adapt their policies, adapt their procedures, adapt their employees and their workforce to be able to understand the new terrain of business. Last 2 years, it was impossible to tell your employer that you wanted to work from home. Fast forward to today, people are working in Dubai and they're working in Nigeria. People are at homes and they are working in their organizations. So I believe that the future of business will continue to change because our world is constantly changing. And for every business owner who wants to stay abreast of this change, must employ a lot of innovative thinking, design thinking, lean thinking, agile mindset, agile way of thinking, to be able to stay ahead of the trend and ahead of the curve. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Muna. You shared so many insights, and I'm just going to draw out of something you said. So you've spoken about very deeply about how teams are changing and where teams work are changing. And so my next question, this really leads me to next question, which is for Olawale. So we're going to obviously see a lot more people staying indoors, a lot more people working remotely and working from home. And so that's obviously going to translate to a dip in demand for retail and commercial spaces for renting or for buying, or even building as well. And so there are SMEs that obviously operate in the real estate sector. What do you think their responses should be to this potential change?
Okay, well, I think that either we all like it or not, we have to find a way to respond. It's just now, see, what happened really allowed a lot of people to pay attention to their space with where their home or their office. And also a lot of people now started thinking that, okay, I can actually save more. I don't need to rent an office space. I can allow people work remotely. And also for that, it has also helped a lot of people to energize their business in a way that you don't need somebody, before you want to employ somebody that is living very close to the office, or that, transportation, you are considering their transportation. You don't really want to employ somebody, if your business is based in Lagos, you don't want to employ somebody in Abuja, you don't want to employ even people outside Nigeria. Also, you are thinking of, okay, if you want to bring in somebody outside Nigeria, you're thinking of, okay, expatriate fees and all these things. But what has happened has destroyed the entire limit. That is, you can operate a business and your head of operation is somewhere in Kenya, or your COO is somewhere in Abuja and your business is in Lagos, which gives you room to really hire people, not based on those sentimental reasons of, okay, closeness to the workplace, blah, and all these other reasons because of your location. So this has, for businesses who can really start taking advantage of that to energize their operation, and also to, because take for instance, there are people who they run diesel for office, they run diesel for their house. Now the cost is just in one. You need to run diesel for office again. You can only run. So if SMEs start to rethink how, see, for us, part of the things that we started doing is what is the advantage? Because the advantage is there and everybody keeps talking about the disadvantage, and during that time, everybody was really focused on a disadvantage. For us, we were not focused on a disadvantage. As a matter of fact, we were looking at every advantage from the from how the world is changing. What is the advantage in that for us? We started thinking, when we are building a 4-bedroom semi-detached, how can we make sure that people can have a door straight outside and they can turn into a home office? How can we start reorganizing and redesigning the BQ? Because people started working from the boys' quarters. And how can we design that in a way that you can even take in visitors and you can, so those days you would connect the whole house with you wire the whole house with internet, USB, cable ports and all that, and you don't pay attention to that. So we started looking at how this can work and how people are thinking their house during that time. Now people want their home to be now more comfortable than it was before. So all this is what I think every SME owners need to really focus on: the advantage. How can this help my business? What is the advantage in this? Because it's quick, it's very easy and fast to see the disadvantage, but it's very hard to see the advantage. So in order to see the advantage, you must really think really deep and think in a very, very, very positive way towards what is happening. Either take it or leave it. I tell people that money has not left the planet. There's still money in the planet. People are not spending money outside the planet. They are spending money within the planet. Just that money has changed direction. And someone said here that you now have to chase the money. Where is the money going? Look at the COVID group. They donated in billions. We also donated, and then they are not going to eat the money. They are going to spend the money. So business is not emotional. Where is the money? And then design your business in a way that you can go and get your fair share of the money while delivering maybe something within the value that you already give, or something entirely different from the value which you already provide. Irrespective, business is business.
Hi everyone. Bolu, sorry, I would like to add something to that. Thank you very much, Wale. I hope I got your name right, for that explanation. It was really insightful. So like in the spirit of changing your business direction, even if it's still within the same industry, I think what I've seen is people repurposing their like small spaces. I mean like people who own buildings for offices. Who rent out buildings to offices. I've seen them repurpose some of their small like spaces into a workspace, because whether we like it or not, in the long run, like people are moving around already. People are stepping out of their houses. I, for one, I work remotely. I've been working remotely for months now. But then there are times where I just want to step out, change my environment, have like a new environment to work from. And then I find that, they're like coffee shops now, more coffee shops, more workspaces. And I find that like if you repurpose your space, so if you repurpose your business, like Olawale has said, into like moving with the trend, creating a workspace. You have to be COVID conscious, of course, maintain social distancing and all, like ensure that like there are sanitizers and everything. But then like create a conducive space where people can come in and work from for a few hours, and then like step out and go about their business. I think that also would work. So that like your business, you don't feel like you've lost like the opportunity to thrive in this season. That's what I have to add.
Thank you so much, Olajide. Actually, you have the next question, yourself and anyone else that wants to contribute. So just picking up on what Wale has spoken about, is that teams are going to be remote going forward. And you've just mentioned that you've worked remotely. And you, in your interactions, you interact every day with certain customers that are a bit more structured, so like banks and your other corporate clients. How, in terms of leadership, is your interaction going to be with them going forward? And just pulling on the conversation on the topic of leadership, this is also going to be Muna, and it's just come right after this. But how should SMEs begin to navigate their leadership terrain as during this downturn with their customers, with their internal staff, just a general conversation about leadership. Olashike, you first, and then Muna after.
Okay, thank you very much. So I know that in Nigeria, we are quite traditional and most people rely heavily on human contact when it comes to like interacting with customers, interacting with their merchants, basically interacting with businesses that they hold dear or businesses you're trying to acquire or add to their portfolio. But then I think that it's high time we start seeing the advantage in just speaking to people over the internet, like with Zoom, right? But then like you still want to maintain the personal touch. So what do? Encourage that videos are turned on so that they see you, you see them, you know, you can read their expressions while like having conversations, you know, and you can understand what need they need to meet and then meet those needs as you have these conversations. So I feel like the leadership of like different businesses or SMEs should now start like embracing internet calls. Try as much as possible. Like if you can have a meeting with internet calls, please do it. You know, encourage videos to be turned on, have that conversation. You know, make the conversation fun and insightful. You know, because there are times where like, if it's a very if I mean, if you are in an office space and you're having a conversation and you can sense some friction, right? It's a lot easier for you to identify that if you're together in one space. But if you're on a call, you are less sensitive to that. So that's one of the things you now have to start taking note of. Okay, how do I want to drive this conversation? This is what I need from these merchants, and I think this is what this customer or this business needs from me. So how do I drive this conversation towards this direction? At the same time, pay attention to what they're trying to communicate with me, even if we are not in the same room. So I think like the leadership of different businesses should try to encourage internet calls, just as we're having this conference over the internet now. It's you know, it's fun. I'm enjoying myself. I'm learning from different people and we are not even in the same room, you know. And I think that can be achieved for meetings, both external and internal meetings. Now for internal meetings, I'll use my company as an example. We encourage so we have this tool we use that almost mimics like an office where you can just like reach out to someone, you know, the same way you can just stand up from your seat and then walk to another colleague's seat and then have a conversation. Now, this virtual space actually does that. It's not even Slack, it's called Tandem. You know, you can just reach out, you say, oh, do you want a tandem? I have a quick conversation like I would like to have. And then you just have that call, you have that chat, and then you achieve like what you want to achieve without being in the same space. So I feel like leadership should just look towards how do I make my people or my staff interact more, even if we're not in the same space. Because again, I feel like so many things are achieved with synergy and rubbing minds. However, for those who can't afford to be in the same space now, or who have chosen to be like online, or who have chosen to work remotely for a very long time, how do you make sure that your staff are actually collaborating, there is synergy? And so far, I must say that like the different things we've done at Paystack is actually working, right? Like I can reach out to my colleague on Slack. I can say, oh, let's quickly have a chat. It could be serious conversations, and it could just be, let's catch up, you know. Be like everything, you should try to like find a balance, because again, there is a way work banter helps you be productive. You know, when you just quickly walk over to your colleague and then you just have like a small conversation, there is that makes you productive a little. So you should also find ways to make that work banter functional remotely, right? And then for also like companies outside, like I've explained before, you know, try as much as possible like to encourage video calls. Turn on your videos, your video, like I'm happy that like almost all the speakers have their videos on, so that like people can actually see and like you can actually learn, because there's something about like having a visual effect to what you're reading or what you're learning. I think those are the things that leadership can do. Yeah, I hope I've been able to answer your question.
You have. Thank you so much. Muna, do you want to give your perspective on how leadership should change for SMEs or what they should take into account?
Yes, absolutely. Like what Ola said, technology is key to get teams moving and working efficiently within this period. Because I'm also great on mindset, I've realized that most of our employees are not so techie savvy. And every leader, every CEO must, first of all, train their people to understand internet etiquette. Like Olasiki was saying that, look, you need to turn on your videos. Great, that's fantastic also. But however, if you turn on your video and you are not in the right place, that's a major issue when that will come back to the organization. For instance, we had a meeting during the COVID-19, the peak of COVID-19, and it was between our ministry, the World Bank, and some other private organizations. And someone from our team got on the meeting and turned on their video, and we're so embarrassed because of where she was, how she was dressed, and her posture, her entire posture for that meeting. And she was supposed to present an important paper. I had to quickly send her a chat to say, turn off your video. You know, unfortunately, this was not my private organization, this was the ministry, you know, and it was so embarrassing, highly embarrassing. So first off is, what is your culture in this new climate, in this new business era that we found ourselves? What is your tech culture? What is your organizational culture? What is it saying? What is your positioning? Are your employees on the same page with you? Have you schooled them on how to even use technology? Have you taught them what to do when they are online? And I agree that, you know, it's important that we have these interactions. What I do is, for my organization, is that I take out time to have telephone conversations with each employee to get to understand what their weaknesses, their strengths, and their fears are in terms of what is going on around us, how the business is changing, and how we need to interact with our customers for meetings and all of that. And I try to address this because as a leader, you have to come down to their level. As a leader, you have to get to the touch points, the pain points, and address that here so that they can drive your vision forward. They can be able to interact with your clients and even with each other. Because what happens is sometimes when you are using technology, it kind of like separates you. That one-on-one warm touch is not there. However, there is a way that you can create that warmth. You can create that camaraderie, you know, over the internet that that would facilitate business and promote business relationships, right? Because you have to, and that's why, you know, like I said, training is very important for that to happen. And also as a leader, you have to also be careful and mindful of the changes that the environment and the situation in the world has brought to bear in your business, how that has economically impacted your employees. Sometimes you might even feel, you might not know that the salaries that you're paying them is not enough to combat the issues. Now, all the family, they're all at home, they're all eating. So many of these things are the struggles that they go through, and they still come to work, or you expect them to still log on and be efficient at work. So you have to be empathetic towards your employees. You have to also realize that whatever it is that you're going through, they are going through it. Whatever it is that you are going through, your clients are also going through it. And you have to design a new culture that will accommodate all the social effects of these pandemic, of the change that we're experiencing, all the economic effect of what we're experiencing, all the technological needs that we have to bring to bear to drive the business forward. So as a business leader, first off, you must think through these processes, and then you must find the best process to translate it either downwards or upwards. It depends on how your business is structured, right? To make sure that your team works cohesively and more efficiently, and that you are also able to interact more with your clients without them feeling like you're slacking off of work, or without them feeling like you are not bringing your A game again to their issues or to their problems, the challenges that you're supposed to solve. So it's very important that as a leader that you have a positive mindset, that you think through the entire gamut of issues that are on the table, that your clients and your organization needs to think through to be able to work cohesively within this period. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insight, Luna. So I want to ask the last question, and then everyone will just give their summations. And this is the question that I think every SME, no matter what stage, is very particular about, and that's how should SMEs at this time begin to position themselves to attract finance? And so to answer this, I want to direct this question to Uzochukwu and to Aki as well. And I just want you guys very quickly tell us what it is that SMEs should be doing now to position themselves to attract the right financing.
Okay, thank you very much. And for most SMEs, this is usually their first question, even though in my view, it may not be the most important of all the issues that the SMEs need to consider. But I know SMEs have a lot of questions around funding. Now, there are two stages. There is the startup funding and then the scale-up funding that an SME will require. To start up, you will need the right ideas. If you're going to attract funding, you will need to have, at the ideation stage, you need to be able to cast a good vision. You need to ask yourself, what can somebody buy into? What can somebody buy into? It's a very important question that you will need to answer as you're trying to, draw up that business plan, document those ideas. What's your go-to market approach? How are you going to make money at the end of the day? Someone needs to be able to read that document and say, yes, I like this. I'm ready to commit money into this. But I even want to focus more on the second stage of funding, which is the scale-up funding, when you have, in a sense, started that business, maybe done the registration, done a few things and all that. Now, it's very, very, very critical that you quickly get to the point where you have proven the concept that you are trying to describe in your business plan. When you are at that level, then you are at the level where you are beginning to think about how do I then scale up. You have been able to demonstrate that, yes, this can work. Now, there are things that we take absolutely for granted that are very, very, very important. Your business integrity is very, very key. Business integrity in terms of when, and I will give you a little example. I was trying to do something and I went to Jumia and I tried to check somebody, the person that had the product. Sorry, I didn't say it, I said Gigi, not Jumia. And I tried to read the reviews on that particular supplier. And I made my decision solely based on the reviews on that supplier's page. Business integrity. I understood that this person will deliver, this person will do this and all that. The people that will want to put funding behind your business need to have the assurance that there is some level of business integrity, that it's enshrined in the way you do your things. And now, and then I talk about the second and very important aspect of that you need to pay attention to, and that will be documentation. If you want to get funding, real funding, you will hear questions like, can I see your last 3 financial statements? Have you been able to properly document your affairs to the level that you are even auditing, no matter how small, no matter how small? I heard one speaker say, please don't write it on a sheet of paper. There are so many, and I can tell you there are so many free versions of bookkeeping softwares that you can work with. You need to necessarily document your business activities. How do you even value your business? How do you know what you are really worth if you're trying to attract equity funding, for instance, if you do not have a proper documentation of your affairs? If I want to fund a business, it will be important for me to know whether they have steadily complied with the necessary regulations around their business activities. Have they paid taxes? Have they filed tax returns over the last few periods? Or am I buying into a hole that will eventually sink everything that you put into that business. These are very little things. They don't cost so much anymore. You can actually try to organize your activities in such a way that at the end of the day, you can impute some of the things that have happened in that day if you're still at a very small stage. But as you begin to scale up your activities, you need to pay proper attention to your documentation, because without that, you may not be at the level where you can attract proper funding, okay? Now, operational excellence is also something that you need to enshrine in your business. No matter how small it is, I want to see how you do your things. Do you have documented procedures around the things you do? It's easy to know a business that will grow. If you run the business from the beginning with the mindset that this is a global business, I'm going to run this like a Fortune 500. Yes, it's just about a 500,000 naira business at the moment. You do your business reviews, you do your documentations. If I take a simple look at that business, you can already begin to say that this business, they have taken their times to do right. So essentially, there needs to be some conscious intent on your part to say that I may get to the point where I'm running this business to the point where I want to attract real funding. But if you're just focused on maybe palliatives and all that, there may be a business name registration and being able to have an RC or something that will be required may just be enough. But funding is intentional. You start from the beginning, you're getting things right, you are thinking, okay, if I do this, where does it place me? How does this elevate the business profile to when I need to get funding? I work for a big multinational audit firm. Sometimes I have some smaller businesses come to us and say, look, we want to do this, we want to do that. And then when you're talking, you begin to see that these are guys that have had the vision for a very long time. And they're saying at this point in time, I want a KPMG to do my audit. I want a KPMG to do my bookkeeping, because I'm looking for a name that when I put before the AFDB, I put before the World Bank, then I begin to attract real funding. So it's conscious. It's something you need to systematically do, and it will permeate into everything that you do, because a thorough due diligence of business will throw up whether this business is really ready for real funding or not. The guys that have been able to attract funding, will tell you that, look, people will look when they want to commit money, especially if it is in form of equity, even when it's loan, they want to see that, yes, this business can return the value that they intend to put into it. So let me stop here so that others can have a go as well.
Thank you very much. That was so enlightening. Akin?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a challenging time, really, for SMEs, and many of them are facing insolvency, even as the economy grapples with the socio-economic effects of the pandemic. Traditional funding sources are proving difficult to access, but these are facts. No matter how much the economy shrinks, there's still millions, billions, and trillions being spent. As was said, I think it was Wale that said it. There's still money in the economy. There's still millions of money in the economy, but the flow has changed. So what do we need to do? We need to look for where the money is. So my counsel to SMEs, I'll give like 7 points very quickly. They're all great people. I'm sure they can expand on that. The first one is, number one, you need to be certain that you are solving a real problem. If you are having a challenge, accessing resources, you need to check your business model. Are you indeed solving a problem, a genuine problem, a problem that people want to address? The second point I want to talk about, I want to mention, if you're struggling, if you want to attract finance to your business, is governance, financially and legally. Your business, some simple things, your business needs to be registered. It needs to be a going concern. There has to be a proper structure to your business. Yes, you can be the CEO, you can be the finance manager, you can be the HR manager, but there has to be, clear processes and audit trail on how you're spending money, on how you're taking decision. There has to be, you have to take care of potential conflicts of interest, because those are the things that scare investors. The three things I'd like to talk about, I'd like to mention, is that, if you want people to invest in your business, you need to show results first. It's a catch-22. You need money to show results, but you need results to get money. So I would like to encourage bootstrapping for SMEs. Raise money within your savings, within your family, and get the grasshopper off the ground, as it were. Get the revenue flowing in, then you can raise more money. Also, share engagement, share metrics, share what the customers are saying about your product. It has a way of assuring investors. The fourth thing I like to talk about is about the digital footprint. Be intentional about what you put out there about your company. Be intentional about what is out there about your company. Right now, a lot of decisions are made by just going on the internet and making a search of your company. Some websites are not even branded. I see some websites, they use stock photos, boiler template text, same menu options. You need to be intentional about what is out there. Number 5 thing I like to talk about is you asking for advice. Be strategic about who you want money from, or the businesses you want money from, organizations you want money from. Then approach them for advice. Once they start giving you advice, you start seeing how they think, what is important to them. They start seeing you as an ally, someone that they can potentially work with. I'd like to talk about the next point as well. Is about, if you're finding it difficult accessing funds, get partners. If you're just starting off, get co-founders. They also have their network. It also reassures investors. And the last thing I'd like to talk about and mention, especially for startups, that are struggling to get maybe venture capitals to capitalists to invest in their business, is to go with accelerators and incubators. We have a few of them around. Go with them, get advice from them, leverage on their contact, leverage on their network, and even establish your business even using that platform as well. So those are the points I'd like to give to SMEs. I'm sure they understand it. I'm sure they can expand on it. I'm sure they can apply it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wally. Thank you very much, everyone. I think this has been a very insightful conversation, and people now have their action points from it. So just to wrap up, I want us to go around and say, in our opinion, what that one key ingredient is going to be crucial to SMEs for them to drive a profitable but venture in this new normal. And so I want to start from Francesca and then go from there.
Hi, Bolu. So for me, SME, the first advice I would like to give is for SMEs to focus on delivering excellent customer service. This is something some companies seem to neglect. So you need to focus on delivering excellent service to your customers, and this helps to increase your customer lifetime value, which is the total amount of money a customer is going to spend in your business or on your product during their lifetime. So how do you do this? You have to ensure that customers are you have to keep listening to your customers, identifying their new needs with COVID-19 and lockdown measures and all. Customers are tilting towards digitization. How
Hello, Francesca. Sorry, I'm going to have
you position your business to be able to
Hello, Francesca. Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. Apart from that, your internet is shaky. I'm trying to. We want to wrap up because we're already on the hour. Hello.
Yes, I can.
Yes. So,
all right, that's fine.
Yes, I want each person just to take 1 point and in 20 seconds. So, Akin, can you give us your that key ingredient you think it will be crucial for SMEs to drive a profitable venture?
Okay, so for me, very briefly, I think that the SMEs should pursue value, and wherever value is, they should go for it. These are tough times, and flexibility is required. So SMEs leaders should not be, too stuck up, on their products, on their strategy. If it's not working, if it's gold plated, if customers are not willing to pay for it, then you need to change. You need to review that. You need to pursue what the customers are willing to pay for. You need to review your product mix. You need to be very clear on what the cost of production is. You need to be very clear on which are the most profitable. You need to promote those ones even at this time. This is not a time even for you to be emotional about what you promote, about what you push out there. I'd like to stop there, and thank you very much, Bolushope and everyone. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Aki. Olashike, could you give us what your thoughts would be to that key ingredient for profitability?
Yes, so I would say SMEs should learn to adapt, but then they shouldn't lose focus on the value they plan to deliver, right? So in adapting to the new normal, in adapting to the trends, they need to tie it back to the core, like to the core of their business, to the core reason why their business was created, to the problem they're trying to solve. So I would say adapt, be flexible, like Akin has said. However, in that process, please don't lose focus on the value that you plan to deliver. Please don't lose focus on the problems that you are set to solve. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, Bolushope.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Uzochukwu, could you let us know what you think that key ingredient should be?
Okay, very quickly. If you have not solved the question of the value you're going to bring to the table, please don't start. Be intentional about your business, and as much as possible, there are two friends that you must keep. You must keep a lawyer as a friend and keep an accountant as your friend as you start up your business. Thank you. Let me leave it there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Uzo. And Muna, what do you think that secret ingredient should be?
Have a growth mindset. Obstacles will always come, but stay positive. Always keep your eyes on the ball. Like everybody has said, your value is very important. The value add you're giving your clients. And that's what having a growth mindset is. What are you, will your service affect the bottom line of your clients positively? And will it affect your own bottom line positively? No matter how small you are, always work as though you're servicing 1 million clients. Give that one client that same preferential treatment, because word of mouth has a lot to grow. It has a lot to do in growing your business. So stay positive. Business is warfare. So come ready to win the battle. And you can only win that battle if your mindset is right. So have and cultivate a growth mindset. That's my last word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muna. And last to go on, but definitely not least, Olawale, would you give us what your last secret ingredient would be for that is going to be crucial for any SME to drive a profitable venture? Hello? Hello, Olawale. Okay, no problem. I think he's lost connection. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. I know we've gone over time. Thank you much for sharing your insights. We've spoken very broadly and very deeply on what businesses have to do differently in terms of interacting with their internal staff, to have to do it differently in terms of not losing touch on what the realities are for their staff, not losing reality of the value that they're giving to their customer, also keeping in mind that they must continue to document and make lawyers and accountants their friend, and be willing to innovate and be willing to go where the market is going and what policies are supporting the market at the moment. I want to thank everyone again for their time, and thank you for your time and attention, and do have a lovely afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bolishope. Thank you very much for that, for making that panel. Thank you to all the panelists in panel 2. That was a very informative session. I am Onyinye Okebu, and I will be moderating panel 3. We are quite constrained for time, so I'm going to try to do this as quickly as possible so that we can still be as close as possible within the schedule that we already have. So on this panel, I have 6 esteemed guests. And I would love to read out their profiles, but again, because of time, I will simply mention what they do, and then we'll get right to it. So first on my panel is Mr. Charles Anyanwu. Charles Anyanwu currently serves as the Director, Strategy, Funding, and Stakeholder Management at Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. He has over 16 years of combined experience in both the public and private sector, supporting entrepreneurs and youth across Africa. Next on the panel, we have Fadima Kane. Fadima works as a program manager in the West African office, where she drives business competitions aimed at identifying the most promising entrepreneurs in Africa and supports their development. Prior to joining ESP Partners, she was a category manager at Jumia, where she was responsible for driving strategies for new markets. Welcome, Fadima. Welcome, Mr. Anyang. Welcome, Charles. So next up, we have Fumi. Fumi Olaniyi is the manager, Private Clients and Family Wealth Group, Anderson Tax, Nigeria. She has over 10 years of professional experience in various tax compliance and advisory services, including bookkeeping and payroll services. She has functioned in the capacity of a tax advisor to a number of SMEs and multinational companies operating in diverse industries and sectors of the economy. Hi, Fumi. It's good to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Ian. It's good to be here.
So next up, we have Ayo Olojede, who is the Group Head, Emerging Businesses at Access Bank. She's responsible for the strategy formulation to deliver the bottom line factor of the division. She has over 18 years operational banking experience in Africa and North America at HSBC and Skybank, which is now Polaris, prior to joining Access Bank. Hello, Ayo. We have Mr. Wale. I think that's Wale Olai. I'm sorry, I think I have his name wrong. But we have Wale with us. I will find his surname shortly. We have Wale, who started his career as an IS engineer with Citigroup before joining ExxonMobil as a technology project manager. In his 18+ years career, he has worked in various functional areas, including technology, project management, and business development, sales, and marketing. He recently worked as a product director in 2 leading software companies based in New York, USA, where he led the development and commercialization of several web-based products for 5 years. Wale Farun, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And finally, we have Femi Awoniyi, who is the FinTech Grants Manager at EFINA, a financial sector development organization that promotes financial inclusion in Nigeria by making the Nigerian financial system work better, especially for the poor, through 4 pillars: research, innovation, advocacy, and capacity building. He was previously an innovation associate at Union Bank with a focus on financial innovation, business strategy, and digital transformation. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Femi. It's good to see you all. I look forward to an engaging panel. So we're going to get right to what we're here to talk about. I mean, we're certain we already understand the times that we live in. Things have been uncertain, difficult economically, and most multinationals, even ones that have a significant amount of cushion, have been hard hit, and they've been taking strides, to survive in the current environment that we find ourselves in. and SMEs who have little or no cushion must be especially hard hit at this time. In this panel, we'll be exploring the practical steps to SME survival, various programs and opportunities for small business owners. So ordinarily, I would like to go to everybody and ask questions and have a full-on conversation, but we're trying to see if we can end this panel in 40 minutes because I understand that a number of you have other commitments. So I would ask my questions jointly. So I'll ask 2 questions to each panelist, and then you can give me your answers. And then if we have more time, we can engage in more discussions, just so that the have needed to learn as much as possible from you. So my first question is going to go to Charles. Charles, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Apologies if the background is a bit noisy. I had to leave a strategy session in a public place now.
Okay. So my first question will go to you. So my question for Charles is, what governmental resources, funds, grants are available to SMEs in Lagos State right now? And how do these initiatives for SMEs fit into the overall vision for the state?
Okay. So with regards to Lagos State, I should start from a federal perspective. Right about July, when we started to experience reopening of the economy as a result of the lockdown. The federal government introduced the 2.3 trillion naira stimulus package, which comprised of term loans, grants, targeted at what we call the essentials now of the economy as a result of the pandemic. So those opportunities are available to not just individuals or businesses in Lagos, but across the federation. And just a little bit of more insight as to, so we have about 1.1 trillion to cushion the impact of the coronavirus, and that essentially is grants to individuals and MSMEs as well. There's about 100 billion or so for loans in the healthcare sector, which essentially is one of the essential sectors. There's also about 50 billion SME loans, which is currently being administered by NISAL MFB. There's about 107 billion or so disbursed to the manufacturing sector just to kickstart the economy. Now, if we drill down to Lagos State, through the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, where I'm fortunate to work at the moment, we have a 5 billion naira Lagos Economic Acceleration Program, LEAP, which we launched last week. And 5 key focus areas: one around employment protection program. This is to help businesses as they come out of this lockdown period to, because by virtue of who we are, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, a lot of what we do is geared towards employment creation and employment protection as well. So this program is targeted at SMEs that can demonstrate that they have not let go of staff during the period, and we are supporting them with access to finance to ensure that they continue along those lines. So there's a grant element to it. There's also a loan element to it as well. We also look at education as one of the key sectors that we are looking to support because of the significant impact that the lockdown has had on their on revenues and the survival of their businesses. Tourism, hospitality is another sector. Agriculture also is another key sector, because agriculture plays a key role in a number of jobs that is able to create. Another crucial area that we are looking at as well is around financing the deepening of the use of LPG in Lagos. So those are key areas that we're focusing on this time, and we are doing this in partnership with and private sector financial institutions, including IO's company Access Bank, with First Bank as well. We're also working with Polaris Bank, as well as Edfin Microfinance. So you find that we looking at these partnerships to ensure that we are able to touch base with different segments or target audience across micro to small, medium scale enterprises. Now, your second question around how does this align with Lagos State? So this particular administration has the themes agenda, and the themes agenda essentially, so themes is an acronym that stands for traffic management and transportation, for T, H for health and environment. The second E is for E for education and technology. M is for making Lagos a 21st century economy. E for entertainment and tourism, and S for security and governance. And if I just circle back to interventions I mentioned earlier, areas that we are looking to impact, you'll find that there's a lot of alignment between the sectors that we have chosen to support. And fortuitously, quite a number of them are deemed as essential, even right now, as a result of the pandemic. So there is a lot of alignment with what we're doing and what the state government is looking to achieve in the long term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Thank you very much for that. Just to clarify a few things, you mentioned particular loans, particularly for you mentioned the stimulus package, the healthcare sector, the manufacturing sector as places where there are loans already. And you talked about the state government's willingness to support education, tourism, agriculture financing. And I just want to clarify, are there already opportunities and funds available for SMEs in this sector that they can access? Is there already stuff already on ground, or this is something that you're looking to do in the near future?
Okay, thank you. So so we have a product currently running that's in partnership with Access Bank that supports women across multiple sectors of the economy, and that is available right now as we speak. We've also launched education intervention that was launched a month ago, and that is a partnership with First Bank and Edfin Microfinance. That is also available right now. So those two are available right now. We also have our generic loan programs. For the generic loan programs, we are still working with existing beneficiaries who are looking to renew their loans, who have paid down and they need to renew their loans. So we're working with those guys. Now for the other sectors, in the new year, we will begin to launch them. But it was important to start with some of the critical ones. And education is one of the critical sectors that we thought that required support as students are going back into school. And of course, you imagine that they were adversely impacted during the lockdown. So that's one area where we felt it's also aligned with the team's agenda. So we prioritize that, but we are opening up agriculture as well, and deepening of the use of LPG, because we're talking about being a 21st century city. So those areas, along with the agric and all of that, hospitality, we will launch in the new year. Very quickly in the new year, we will commence those programs.
Okay, thank you very much. I might have some follow-up questions for you if you're still here. So next person that I would like to ask a question to is Femi. Femi, could you what are the biggest challenges that the SMEs that's threatening the SME survival at present?
Thank you very much, Renee. Can you hear me clearly? Just to confirm. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, first of all. Like you shared earlier, EFINA is a financial sector development organization, meaning our focus is typically for people that are at the bottom of the pyramid, in remote areas, and largely have been financially excluded. So that is our mandate. So when we're looking through some of the areas that have been hardest hit by the pandemic, we're looking at the impact on some of these individuals at the bottom of the pyramid. And some of the needs that we found, or the three biggest needs we found, were access to three areas. Number one was access to liquidity. We at EFINA conducted a scenario analysis and coupled this with discussions with other stakeholders that had done analysis and seen that about 74% of businesses reported that their cash flow had been impacted during the period. In fact, most businesses have actually reported that the total income had decreased if you compare this year to the last. This is part of the impact of the pandemic. Another area was access to healthcare. As you'd imagine, MSMEs, the lines between family and business is pretty blurred. And we've seen that access to healthcare is one of the areas that they were hardest hit. It's an area that Nigeria has always struggled with. But as much as 55% of Nigerian adults actually said the increase in prices limited their access during the pandemic. The last is hardest, access to food. And our scenario analysis actually pointed to this to be the most widely reported shock experienced by households and businesses during the pandemic, with as much as 85% reporting this impact. So EFINA kind of tied this all together and launched a COVID fund, a COVID recovery fund, which is targeting essentially the low-income demographic. The objective of the fund is to support the scale of financial service-enabled solutions that mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on low-income MSMEs and households in Nigeria. And our objective is to enable access along these three lines. We will be committing a £2 million fund to this. Individual grants would be within £50,000 and £500,000. More information on this will be on the EFINA website, efina.org.ng. Would love any submissions along this line, but as far as our purview is concerned, I'll say those are the three biggest hardest hit areas: access to liquidity, access to food, and access to healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So if you want more information on that, you can go to efina.org. My next question will go to Fumi. Fumi, recently, so there have been a number of legislations that have happened that have been put in place by the government to sort of encourage investments in the state and in the country. And one of the things that has happened in the past year is the signing of the Finance Bill, which is the Finance Act now. And there are several alterations in that act that is deemed to be favorable to SMEs going forward. Can you speak on how these provisions will translate to practical benefits for them? Could you unmute yourself, please? Or unmute your mic.
Okay, I said thank you so much for the beautiful question. Because one thing that is very passionate about is SMEs, because they are the bedrock of the Nigerian economy. And they actually serve as the important source of employment generation, innovation. Today to discuss the Draft Finance Bill 2020, which is a bill for an act to amend the selected legislations and for other matters. And the bill, to an extent, was able to harness and favor the SMEs to enable the entrepreneurs actually strive in their businesses in Nigeria. So the first thing that I would say that the government is interested in concerning the SMEs is the ease of mitigate the double taxation risk, from leakages for SMEs. And this the government has done, and what has been in the draft form now, because even today we're discussing it at the House today. But one thing that is clear is SMEs will benefit from exemptions from income tax. It really depends on the sector in which they operate anyways. Income tax for about 5 years of doing business, there'll be reduced tax because for some companies with turnover of less than 25 million, they'll be exempt from income tax filings for CIT. And for those that have turnover of about 25 million naira, they would actually pay, there's a threshold for the tax rate. And also those that have turnover exceeding 25 million, which is between 25 million and 100 million, they will have a tax rate of 20%, other than the large companies that are being charged with a tax rates of 30%. So for example, the reduced income tax rate would actually help to increase cash flow and to encourage innovations in Nigeria. And that is what we're embracing. That is what investment is all about. And there's something that is also stipulated in the Finance Act, which is the mandatory TIN tax number for SMEs to promote better record keeping. So they've seen that there's no database, and with this TIN, everyone will be recorded. Your database will be with the tax authority, and thereby taxes will be, things will be accurately done. So you'd get to have pioneer status in consideration of your capital intensive projects. And this will help to save costs, which is what every company wants to do, which is what every entrepreneur wants to do in order to promote entrepreneurship. So for also value added taxes, there'll be exemption on exported goods and services, because particularly for agri sector, the government is very, very interested in agricultural sector. There are lots of goodies in the finance bill for agricultural sector, and also to encourage investment and productivity. So they would also, there's a need, they would also, the plan is to remove multiple taxation at local and at state levels, and to embrace competitive advantage for everyone that participates in SME businesses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. That's, I guess, it can be encouraging to SMEs who are looking to what the future holds for them in terms of the regulatory environment that we find ourselves in. And my next question will go to Wale. Wale, we're in the new normal, and everybody is, because of COVID, everybody is going digital and leveraging on technology to find what advantage that they can for their businesses, for their enterprises, for their relationships, whatever it is. What technological innovations or products can the SME leverage on to improve its chances of survival at the moment?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again for having me. I think one important part of my profile that was left out, and I think is relevant to this conversation, is that over the last 7 or so years of my career, I started a technology company. So I've been a founder and an entrepreneur over the last 7 years. I haven't worked with the big organization earlier on in my career, so I've been able to see, both sides of the aisle, if you will. So as an SME, I think I can speak about what's going on. And as a provider of technology to SME, I think it puts us, or me, even in an interesting perspective to be able to speak to this. There's no doubt that the pandemic has, affected the entire world in a way that it's unprecedented. I think I've heard so many speakers even before this panel speak about the impact that COVID has had on different businesses, especially the small and medium-sized businesses, not just in Nigeria, but globally. Jobs have been lost, revenues are slashed, assured projects before the COVID, have been taken away. So everyone is sort of adjusting and grappling with the reality of what is to come. And one can even say that we might not even know at this point what the real implication of this is going to be in next year and the year to come. We're all very happy that there are vaccines coming through the pipeline that are likely to put us in a better position maybe over the next 6 to 12 months, so that businesses and activities can go back to normal. But one thing has happened in the last few months, and is digital transformation. And to your question, I think every company, big or small, especially SMEs, must think about digital transformation for their businesses. And what does digital transformation mean at the very high level? It means thinking about your business and thinking about how you can leverage technology to drive different parts of it, to drive efficiency, to reduce cost, and to increase your chances of increasing revenue. And you do that really by looking at different parts of your businesses. I think when we start thinking about areas where technology or digital transformation can be very impactful, one area is operation. So you have to look at, and I think guests who have talked about, governance, policies, spoke to this. You have to think about operationally, how can you leverage technology to add value to your business, from finance to accounting and to taxes? How do you really look at embracing technology to help you capture your top line, your bottom line, and help you with reporting so that you are more efficient in doing what you do? Two, you have to look at how technology can help you with sales. So we've been talking in this market, in this country, about e-commerce in the last 8 years, and I've been a player in that space, over the last 8 years as well. We've gone through a process of, putting a lot of funding to educate consumers, to educate merchants, where we now have a meeting of the mind and a marketplace that is beginning to thrive. I think with COVID-19, that journey or transformation is going to be accelerated. And businesses need to start thinking about ways to make e-commerce a mainstay for their sales. You have to be able to think about not being physically at locations, but being able to engage customers and being able to use technology to drive sales of your product and services. So that's going to be very key. So innovation around that, SMEs should look at it. And lastly, accepting payments. Digital payment is going to be key. And this is one area that I know really, this is our business. And I see that since the pandemic, even if you look at data coming out of the banking sector, out of Nigeria Interbank, settlement system NIPS, we've seen a rise and growth in the adoption of digital acceptance channels over the last several years. That growth has further been accelerated over the last 6 months with the pandemic. People are moving away, or people are less reluctant to use digital channels, whether it's on the web or whether in store with POS devices, USSD transactions, account transfers. So the consumer is rallying around embracing digital technology. Businesses have to adopt that as well. So you make life easy for your business to be able to accept payment wherever and however your customers wants to accept it. So innovation around that are really, coming to light in the Nigerian market. And I encourage, businesses, entrepreneurs, business owners to look at how they can, fit that into the value chain of their business and embrace technology to be able to, be ready with whatever the customer, however the customer wants to pay, wherever the customer wants to do business. And that's going to accelerate revenue. And like I said, will begin to reduce the cost of operating business going forward.
Thank you, Wale. I think using technology to improve efficiency, reduce costs, and thinking about the mainstays going forward is very critical for the SME survival in this time. I mean, especially your point about embracing e-commerce and digital payment options as things to include and integrate as permanent pillars of your business. This brings me to my next question, which is to Fadima. I'm wondering, what I would like to ask is, what are the most effective sales and marketing strategies for the SMEs right now? I mean, everybody's trying to figure out how much, to make some money, reduce their costs, improve efficiency, but businesses are in business to make money and they need to get to their customers. So what should they do in terms of sales and marketing?
Hello, so thank you very much for this opportunity. As you mentioned, ESP is an advisory boutique and investment boutique focused on private sector development and entrepreneurship. We have been operating across Africa since 10 years, and we are supporting around 500 SMEs per year across the continent. So what we have seen that is really working, I heard a lot of very good interventions today, and I will have my intervention around these two areas. First of all is something around retention. So entrepreneurs, SMEs have to work around supporting and keeping the loyal customers, the best customers. What does that mean? That means that adapting. A lot of people talked about adaptability today. Like, do you offer smaller, affordable units? Are you able to go online to offer the product? What can you do to do the extra mile to make sure that you are able to deliver the product? In your portfolio, we have this SME, Nigerian SME, that is now doing collection at doorsteps, allowing order online, discussed about payment by mobile money. Are you able to offer flexible payment condition to your loyal customers? So there's a lot of things around retention in terms of adapting to where your client is currently. Second, one of the second thing people talked a lot about today was about sizing the opportunity. As we mentioned, in every crisis, you have turmoil, but you also have opportunities that are raising. And we have seen opportunities coming in different sectors in terms of local consumption, in terms of e-learning, in terms of local leisure, in terms of beauty and hygiene products, in terms of digitalization. And the goal is to say, okay, not going completely out of your comfort zone, not going completely out of your expertise, but what can you do that is correlated, that can be linked to what you're actually doing? Given an example, if you're in a company in education, can you offer digital education? I have a company in education that was doing toys and went into educational booklets. And this happened to be very, very effective during quarantine and curfew for parents. I have a company that is doing, was doing events, like sound material and for events. Now they are doing sound material for companies to equip video conference rooms for meetings. So what can you identify as opportunity that is linked, that exists in your sector? Third, somebody said, look where the money is. Actually, exactly, there is a lot of money currently going on, and you have to know where the flow is going. Currently, for example, you have new kind of customers that are coming, maybe health centers, maybe you have more customers going in drugstores. Are you able to increase your presence into these areas? Are you able to offer services to this kind of new customers? As I mentioned, for example, this company doing, I have companies offering right now that is doing trash collection and offering to health centers systems to collect trash linked to COVID. Like if somebody is sick or people have the mask, specific system to collect that. So are you able to identify what are the needs of this kind of new customers, where the money is actually, and are you able to find a way to serve them? So these will be the three things that I will really say: retain and adapt to your current customers, become agile and adapt, size your opportunity and go where the money is. And it's really built on everything that everybody has said around digitalization and so on.
Thank you, Fatima. I have a quick follow-up. One of the things that I've heard you say so far is, you already something that you're an expert in, so a business that you're offering, so you look for something tangential that you can also offer. Isn't that a bit like engaging in two different things, maybe a bit like stretching yourself for a small company? Because I've heard advice that when you're a small company and you find yourself in this situation, you need to be more focused, you need to be more streamlined. But it seems you're saying, try your hands at new other things that are close enough to your business.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is that the way business is operating currently is going to change for a long time. It's not just here to go. We are not going back to older ways of doing business. So, for example, if people get used to do education digitally, they won't come back after COVID. So that means that it's a question of adaptation. You don't go out of your line of business. This is what I say. You build on your expertise to offer new services. For example, when I say the company in sound systems, they have this expertise of doing sound systems. But instead of using that for events, now they're going to use it for business companies that want to equip themselves with video conferences, rooms, and so on. So it's just how can I use and leverage my experience and expertise in another way that can serve the new customers or the new needs of the market.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Fatima. So I'm going to ask my next question to Fumi. Oh, I'm sorry, not Fumi, Ayo. Ayo, are you there? Ayo, my question to you is, what is the corporate structure?
I'm here. Yeah.
Hi, Ayo. So my question is, what is the corporate structure that you have used for your most SMEs that have come to you as clients? So to expand on that question a little bit, what I mean is, a lot of times SMEs begin and they start off with just doing their business, right? But it's important to have structure underlying what it is that you do. So what structure do you think works best for them?
Okay, thank you very much, the question you have asked me is a very pertinent question in the context of the role of SMEs in the creation of jobs, as well as GDP growth. Now, let's take a look at the statistics. We have over 97% of MSMEs. They are not registered, and there lies the bane of the funding gap, which is very critical for growth, and it makes MSMEs quite difficult to be able to track, to be able to assess their capacity. So what I would say is that the first thing to do when you start a business is to have an identity by registering your business, because it would open up opportunity to be able to access loans, especially from the formal sector. And what I would also advise is that you should start with a business name. Of course, there are different business structures out there, but as you start out with your business, my advice would be that you start with a business name, because it comes with less complexity from a documentation perspective. The banks will not be asking you for a board resolution. They will not be asking you for personal guarantee. However, as you grow the business, then it becomes very, very important that you strengthen the structure of the business so that you can access a higher loan value, and you introduce governance that will help you to be able to achieve sustainability over the long term. But then at the beginning, as you begin to stabilize, business names will open up financing opportunity for you quickly with less complexity. Business names also make it easy for you to be able to obtain loans digitally, because as the sole owner of the business, you are also not required to bring in other signatories, to bring in other documentation that makes it complex. And for us at Access Bank, we grant up to about 5 million digitally, and you can access this from the comfort of your home. All you need to do is download our QuickBooks app, visit Google our cash flow loans portal. And then it becomes interesting too when you're a woman, and we're very biased about women, because you're able to, once you're able to show from your business registration that you own about 50%, to 100% of the business, then you can get loans for as low as 15%. So you become disadvantaged as a woman if you do not have any if you don't have your business registered, which is the first step to creating structure in your business. So the benefits of having your business registered as a first step to creating structure outweighs whatever factors or variables you consider for not even registering your business at all. And at Access Bank, we can help you with business registration services through our lawyers. And especially now, that service is even free. So what is it that is stopping anyone from creating that structure, taking that opportunity, that first step to introducing structure into their business by having a business name? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ayo. So I have a quick question to follow up on that one. So you have said that for a business that is starting, it's better for them to register as business names, right? But I think there are certain businesses that you can't enter or you can't get involved in if you're registered as a business name, if you're not registered as a limited liability company. So how for those businesses, would it be different? Would it still be the same process for them to register as their would they still have the same ease of access to opportunities as one registered as a business name if they register as companies because they can't register as business names?
Okay, so whether you register as a business name or whether you register as a limited liability company, the same opportunities are available to everyone. But then my context was from the perspective of you being able to access loans. And the fact that when you look at the statistics of about 97% of MSMEs in this country that do not even have any form of structure or any form of registration, I would only just advising that the first step to take is to just get your business name registered as a business name. It's cheaper, it's easier. And then when it comes to accessing loans, it's less documentation requirement also for that business. That's not to say that if you're a limited liability company that you will not also have the same opportunity. But then as a limited liability company, then we begin to look at the fact that there's more than one owner to that business. And so we want to be able to ensure that we carry along the other stakeholders of the business. So the documentation requirement becomes small. And then you find that there's a bit of back and forth when you are trying to do to assess a loan. So from the perspective of the statistics of the market, at over 97% of MSMEs not even having any form of businesses, from the perspective of a documentation that makes it easier, then I would say you start with a business. In fact, if I look at our portfolio today, between about 60-70% of the business owners are their business names. And so it's also representative of the statistics that you see that that's typically the first step that the business owners take. And I'm saying that it just makes things a little bit easy for you when you're starting your business, rather than taking the route of limited liability companies that then comes with so many other complexities. But of course, if the specific sector that you need to enter or that you're where you're operating requires that it's a limited liability company, for by all means, then it has to be a limited liability company.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you very much, Ayo. I'm going to ask for me a question that is along the same line. So SMEs who are in their first phase seem to focus on like immediate growth and just stabilizing and all of that. And they end up, I think one of the previous panelists had mentioned that two people that you need to have as friends when you're starting up your business is a lawyer and an accountant. And you find that as these SMEs have built up their business and they've grown a little bit, they find themselves facing some tax compliance issues in later years that could have been easily handled. So what do you think they should pay attention to now at the inception so that they have less issues in the middle phase? For me.
Yes, apologies, I was off. I think I just heard the last part, something about following that. Please, can you repeat the question?
So my question is that a lot of SMEs, when they begin, they are focused on their growth and, just surviving the first few years and being as possible. So, but you find that because they have neglected to take into consideration certain things like law and tax and compliance issues, they run into difficulties somewhere in the middle or when they're trying to get involved with another investor or all of that. Yeah. So what can they do now to ensure that they avoid, those complications as they go forward?
Okay, thank you so much. So the first thing we always advise SMEs is you don't look down on your business and you ignore what the future would give you or lies. the first thing you should do is ensure that your transactional tax compliance is up to date. That is when you talk about the VAT remittances, the returns, the withholding tax remittances, and also ensure that employee-related taxes are also top-notch. I mean, your books are tidy. When it comes to industrial training fund, it comes to pension remittances, it comes to payee, that's pay as you earn. And then you have some tax planning opportunities that would help you boost your business and you help you minimize costs and optimize your profit. So you need to adopt the right business model that would reduce exposure to unnecessary taxes. And the issues in summary is when SMEs don't do things on time or when they don't properly plan their businesses, there may be issues that relate to backyard tax audits, because the tax authority will just wake up one day and find your name somewhere, or just like we heard some huge investments from some SMEs, they'll just go check their records and your database with them is not up to date. So they can initiate a back duty audit on you. And some other issues is substantiating your expenses and other business startup costs. So you need to be sure that you're keeping proper records and you're filing the returns with accordance with the tax law, and you're ensuring that your regulatory requirements are up to date, and you're not commingling your business funds and expenses with your personal funds and expenses. And the proposed solutions, like I just mentioned, is just have a proper bookkeeping records, and you're allowed to have an accountant in-house, but if you don't have an accountant, you can actually outsource it. It's not all firms that are expensive. I can tell you for one that some firms like ours have plans for SMEs to grow, and you can ensure that you engage consultants to help you with proper compliance and filings of your regulatory requirements. So that's the bits that I can tell you of this. I mean, there's much more, just for time constraint.
Thank you for me. Thank you. That's clear. I think these are things that you can actually begin to implement, and maybe there are even apps for that. Maybe Wale will tell us there are apps for that can help you, put in all these figures and just with minimal costs.
Yes.
I need a friend for help. Somebody who is also in the industry to help make sure that your books are in alignment. So my next question will go to Ayo. Ayo, following the same train of thought in terms of concerns that people have, you work with emerging businesses, right? So I'm wondering, is there a recurring concern for your SME clients? I know that one of the previous panelists said that a big concern for them is raising finance. Is that the same thing that you have experienced, or are there other things that are also significant to them?
All right, thank you very much, Oye. I think that's a very interesting question. In the context of how the recurring concerns affect the role of SMEs, in job creation, because some of the concerns are such that have been impacting the ability to be able to create job creation, impacting the ability to be able to support GDP growth. Now, I would say that a recurring decimal, a recurring concern used to be and still is actually access to finance, which is what you just highlighted, to be able to support growth opportunity. So while still this is a challenge, it has evolved to lack of skill that is resulting from limited market opportunities, lack of skill that is resulting from a reduced patronage, especially businesses that operate in less resilient sectors following the outbreak of the pandemic. That outbreak of the pandemic led to a lot of restrictions, lockdown, and it resulted in less in-person interaction, less in-person payment options. Wale talked about a few of that, lesser need for brick and mortar business models. And it's making the lack of infrastructure, the lack of digital resources is making them to become more apparent for small business owners. Even now that more businesses are going, technology is making the playground, is leveling the playground for everyone. So let me just touch on a few of the statistics that we have from a survey that was carried out by Faith Foundation on areas that were impacted by the lockdown. It shows the top three of the areas The first one is cash flow, and I think about 72% of the respondents cited that that cash flow was mostly impacted. And I mean, you would agree with me that cash is king, for any business. The second one being sales. The third area that the respondent claimed to have been impacted is revenue. Now, these three are critical elements that we look at when we talk about assessing and qualifying business owners for loans. And so that will speak and tie into the concern around finance that you mentioned. If your three critical elements, that would qualify you for a loan have been impacted by the lockdown, then you would then agree with me that it's not so much about not being able to access the facility. It's so much about the fact that even if you get the loan today, you will not be able to pay back. So I'm going to address about 5 factors that support scale. The first one is that what are the infrastructures and what are the resources that small businesses need to achieve scale? And the second one being that how can they assess it? The third factor is that how can they learn? Because it becomes very critical that you need to develop some new skills there. How can you learn to navigate the resources, considering that considering that we are in an era of a new normal? And why should you trust such platforms? There are a lot of platforms that are coming up. A lot of them we have talked about, in the course of this discourse. And then the fifth factor that I also want to talk about is around affordability. So on the first one, the infrastructure and the digital resources that small business require for them to be able to achieve scale. One did talk about payment acceptance services, payment options in the market that we're increasingly seeing this coming up. I think in the previous panel as well, I had a lot of talk about Paystack. I had a lot of talk about Flutterwave. But I'm just happy and so excited to also be able to announce that Access Bank is also introducing a new and a better option that we've named Swift Pay. So when you talk about payment options in the market, please put Swift Pay as number 1, because really that's our goal. So what this means is that we at Access Bank, we're supporting our customers to ensure that they will not have to miss any more sales opportunity like it happened during the lockdown, impacting their cash flows, impacting their sales, and ultimately impacting their revenues, and then making them to less qualify for loans. This platform that we're introducing to the market would provide a better customer service for our consumers who are making the payment to the merchant. It will help them to save time. It would help them to be able to track their performance and help them with reconciliation issues. Something else I also want to be able to talk about under this payment options is the fact that we have also introduced a Visa business debit card for business owners. And we are the first to do this in the industry. In the entire banking industry, Access Bank is the first to be able to introduce a business debit card. What we're all very familiar with and what we're all very used to is just having debit card that as individuals we use to be able to make withdrawals and make payment. But as business owners, we have also introduced the business debit card, and it helps. We've bundled it with a discount for our customers. So as merchants, if you have a business debit card, it opens you up to a lot of discounts and opportunities that I probably will touch on later on if we have time. So what I'm just trying to say is that whether you operate on the social media, whether you're in your shop, whether your business is service oriented, you can use a Swift Pay to make sure that you get paid. Now, the other factor, the other infrastructure that I also want to talk about is the digital marketplace, website creation. These are infrastructures that help you to be able to get online at very affordable rate for as low as 25,000 naira. So at Access Bank, this is one of the solutions that we provide to our customers because we realize how important it has become for you to be online and open up your stores to more patronage, to more sales opportunities online. So we can partner with our business owners to be able to create a website for them. You would also agree with me now, because of the transition from a brick and mortar model to selling online, then it calls for new skill set to become successful, because the skill set that you have or that you have been able to leverage to manage your brick and mortar store is not the same that you require to also be able to become successful when you're online. So what we're also doing is that we're providing a very intense capacity building programs that helps our business owners to be able to manage and to be able to navigate the online nuances. We're into partnership with Google, for instance, to be able to make this happen. We've also, another practical solution that we've also introduced, it's a best-in-class courier services. We've partnered with some courier companies. One of them is FedEx, to be able to grant with discount, because that service comes with a discount that our business owners can pass on to their customers to be able to increase the patronage of their business. Now, I did mention earlier on that about 5 factors that I wanted to talk about that support opening up your business to more market. The second factor is how can you access these resources? So I've talked about all of this. I've highlighted about 5 resources that we as a bank have introduced and anchoring as a solution to support our customers to help them to be able to scale. So you want to be able to access these resources, just bank with Access Bank. And they come, all of these resources come bundled with your account. When you open an account with Access Bank, it's free because for us at Access Bank, value creation drives our offerings. So what we do is beyond just account opening. It's beyond just getting the loan, because if we give you the loan and you're not able to sell, you can't pay us back. Even though we also grant loans to our customers without asking for collateral. So there's a commitment on our part to helping our customers to be able to sell, to helping our customers to be able to collect the money very seamlessly. So all I'm asking here is that if you want to be able to access any of these resources, just bank with Access Bank and watch your sales grow. The third element is that how do you learn to navigate these new resources? I did touch upon that earlier on. So we are putting in place learning programs, or we've put in place learning programs. We are partnering with firms and entities who are experts at this, teaching or with the learning learning management resources. And it comes bundled, especially with our partnership with Google, it comes bundled with Google Ads that helps expose your business online. For us at Access Bank, capacity building is very critical. It's a component of the solutions that we provide, and we keep improving the content to make it very, very practical, as you must have observed from the highlight of the solutions I've highlighted. We keep it and make it practical to business needs. And then the fourth element that I also want to talk about is the trust factor. So many resources, so many digital resources are coming up online. Why should you trust them? For us at Access Bank, we are a bank, and so why wouldn't you trust us? We're in the business of facilitating payment. And so adding this new solution to support our business means that your business is verified by Access Bank. Anyone who's visiting your site and is going to make payment through the link would see that your business has been verified by Access Bank, and it minimizes the risks or the incidents of fraud. I've observed of late quite a number of business owners who are pulling down some of their site because people, especially on the social media side, because they've been impersonated. People just go on there, create the same, they duplicate their website, they put on an account number, especially account numbers that do not require BVN, and then they begin to collect payments. So what this does for you is the fact that everyone is going to see the stamp of Access Bank, which is the verification that they're actually paying to the right business owner. And then the fifth one is about affordability. So many innovations, so many technologies, so many digital resources coming up online, and some of them you have to pay for. So the affordability element is actually the most interesting one, because when you sign up to this solution with us at Access Bank, it's free. And then when you also sign up to our business debit card, for the payment option, the processing charge is also further discounted so that you can earn and keep more of your margins. So at Access Bank, our commitment is to just keep giving more to our business customers. So that's how we've been addressing the recurring complaints, the recurring concerns that have been expressed by our customers. Thank you, Oye.
Thank you, Aya, for that extensive answer. I hope anybody who is listening that was seeking a similar solution might know where to find it. So I've heard that we are completely out of time. So I just want to rush through and ask my last two questions so that we can all move on with the rest of the program. So I'm going to direct my next question to Fadima.
Yes.
Yes, hi Fadima. So throughout this panel, people have mentioned several opportunities that they have at LSTEF, if I'm correct, and then at EPINA. And then I also know that the head office for your organization is in Cote d'Ivoire, and you look at the most enterprising or most promising entrepreneurs in the country. And you mentioned in your introduction that you also look across Africa to see who is available. So my question is, Africa is fast becoming a global village with the creation of the regional market, with AFCTA and all of that. What opportunities are available across the board for an African, regardless of their nationality? So as a Nigerian, are there opportunities for you in Cote d'Ivoire? Are you aware of any such opportunities?
So I'm going to talk about one opportunity that we have put in place. So right now we are working with USADF. USADF is the American Foundation for Africa, and we have implemented with them a program named ARI, so African Resilience Initiative for Entrepreneurs, and it's across 7 countries, of which Nigeria, of course. And through this initiative, we will deliver up to $1 million in interest-free loan to up to 50 entrepreneurs across the continent each year. And of course, half of these entrepreneurs will be Nigerians. We already opened, we already just finalized the selection of the first entrepreneurs. This is why I gave you, for example, an example of a Nigerian one, and we are about to disburse the first loans. So what I want to emphasize, so it's like $5 million that will go in interest-free loans over the next 5 years, because it's the 5 years programs. And behind that, they will receive technical assistance, they will receive training, and they will receive they will be connected to additional founders and additional also investors and potential investors and financiers. Also, what is important is that it's the opportunity for these entrepreneurs to work together to identify it across 7 countries. So by seeing where they can see opportunities to collaborate between the different countries. So this is for example what we do at ESP, but this is just an example of the fact that there is a lot of initiatives across the continent that are going across the continent and that are open to entrepreneurs in several countries. And I really encourage the entrepreneurs to look at what is going on behind the country, what is happening internationally, and looking for the information to be able to access these opportunities. Your microphone is closed.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Fadima, for your answer. So I'm going to ask my penultimate question to, I would say, Wale. So we've been talking a lot about finance, and you are somebody who's worked with multinationals, and you're also the founder of a startup currently. So I would like to ask you, what role do VCs play in this particular scenario and at this present time? Like, how would you still say that they are instrumental in the survival of the SME?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think the issue of investment and financing is, really important to entrepreneurs and business owners. A lot of companies wants to do innovative projects that require a lot of capital. Especially your question, especially in tech, where we've seen a lot of participation from institutional investors, some of which are VCs, in Nigeria over the last 5 years. A very important and interesting sector that has emerged over the last few years is also fintech. Ayo mentioned how Access Bank and other banks are playing a significant role in payments and and banking and innovative solutions for customers. I see an ecosystem that would require collaboration between younger companies, younger fintechs, and much credible banks to find solutions of the future that consumers and customers can really leverage, and businesses can really leverage, to drive their business forward. But to the issue of VC participation and funding, I think the way VCs structure, their capital raise or capital investment in companies is always going to be around value. So for founders and entrepreneurs who are on this call, I think the fundamental principle of investment is around value. If your business is generating value and there's a growth trajectory in your business, even VCs will look at it. So that's, for me, that's a fundamental investment principles that VCs look at. As an entrepreneur myself, I've raised both VC and PE money. The process can be very gruesome. It can be very tough. And the advice that other panelists have talked about in terms of having lawyers and accountants be your friends at the beginning of your or at the start of your journey becomes really, really important and valuable at the time that a VC is looking at your business. But to cap it up, because I know we're pressed for time, there are three important fundamentals that businesses must look at as they prepare to sort of attract investors or raise funds. One is, very key fundamental. You have to be solving a problem. It does not matter what sector you are in, whether you're in fintech or agri or mining, as long as your business is solving a clear problem, investors will be interested. The second one is the scale. So solving one problem and making 10 naira is great. Can you solve the same problem and turn that 10 or 20 naira into 20 million and 200 million and 2 billion subsequently? Investors like to see the possibility of scale. And that's something that we have as a huge consumer market, especially from the perspective of looking at things from an African perspective. Nigeria has 200 million people. Just addressable market for a lot of products is a huge chunk of that population. So if you're a business that you're domiciled here and you're solving a problem here, you have that added advantage of a huge market size. And the final thing that an investor or a VC will look at in putting money in a business is the ability to execute. And that's usually a proxy that they look at from who the founder is or who the founding team is, plus the management team that is driving that organization. So as businesses, as small and medium-sized businesses, as you grow and you think about attracting investors, also think about growing a very dynamic team and a team that can deliver, a team that can be trusted by external or institutional investors when the opportunity arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Wale. Thank you very much. So my last question, I would have loved to ask some more questions, but I think I would ask my last question to Femi. And my last question to him is, what you talked about opportunities that you have for people who have are on the really low income brackets. And I'm wondering, what can an SME in general do to better position themselves? I know that Wale has talked about what we can do if you want significant investment. So what is the one thing, if you could give them one thing to do to ensure that they are well positioned to access loans, programs, and opportunities? That would be great. So please round it up for us.
Thank you. The question is quite interesting because I don't think it's one thing. I think it's a number of things, like my fellow panelists have said. But I'm going to mirror some of what Wale just said around, adopting more of a digital trend, because that's probably the only positive that's come from the pandemic. Like Ayo shared earlier, liquidity is a major issue for MSMEs around the country. They're suffering at the moment. But one thing they can do to more or less position themselves for the future is actually find ways to jump on the digital adoption trend that we're seeing customers leverage. Because customer behavior right now has changed. What people liked and what people deemed to be priority products before the pandemic, what people now deem priority products has changed. So SMEs would need to mirror that change and see how they can leverage more digital channels to engage with their customers, either to get feedback on their products or to deliver that product to them in the first place. I would say that is fundamentally the first main change that I implore SMEs around the country to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. So we have come to the end of this panel. There have been so many interesting nuggets that have been shared for any SME business owner that is listening in. And I want to thank the panelists for taking out the time to share their expertise with us. Some of the main things that I noted during this panel that I think every SME business owner can capitalize on immediately is, one, make sure you have clear legal and tax records going forward, expand on your expertise, look for opportunities within your area of expertise to offer services, look for loans and grants, etc. outside your immediate environment, and always think of your business as a global one. So thank you all so much. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. And
you forget to mention Swift Pay.
What did I forget?
You forgot to mention Swift Pay, the payment service that gets your business paid. You forgot to mention that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you all. Now to Omobalade.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I think I'm upside down. Okay. All right. I want to say major thanks to all of our panelists and moderators. Okay. Yes, we've done building a transformational business in an age of disruption. We've also done profiteering in a downturn, and we've done practical steps to SMEs. So 5-0. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. All right, so thank you. Now we're moving straight to the awards, and we're very sorry for the time that has gone, but please make sure you're staying tuned because we're here to actually celebrate 100 SMEs that have done exceptionally well. Now, the annual awards, which is making its 3rd anniversary this year, is themed SME development as a pathway to long-term economical and political stability. The Top 100 Fastest Growing SMEs Award is an initiative of BusinessDay Media. Since the first edition in 2018, the award is especially designed to recognize and celebrate the impact and achievements of 100 fast-growing small and medium-scale companies across Nigeria who has met certain criteria. BusinessDay is optimistic that by pollinating the culture of the excellence of this year's winners across their sectors and the wider economy in Nigeria, at a time when the economy is faced with a global pandemic, you will agree with our objectives that if there is a time to recognize and celebrate the impact and achievements of fastest growing SMEs in Nigeria, in spite of its challenges, it is now. In partnership with LSETF and the Impact Investors Foundation, the leadership of BusinessDay has compiled the list of top 100 fastest growing SMEs in Nigeria. Now, before I call out the list, I would like to appreciate and acknowledge our sponsors and partners. We want to say a very big thank you to Wema Bank, Avon HMO, TVC, LSETF, Jobberman, First Bank, Codeware, and Call Bob Nigeria. And at this point, we will be presenting an honorary award to acknowledge an organization that has significantly made an impact to the SME landscape in Nigeria. They have an array of MSME banking solutions designed to meet dynamic businesses and of course, grow small businesses by providing highly competitive offerings and financial advisory services for micro, small, and medium enterprises. From managing working capital, aiding business expansion, business protection, and increasing your yield. This honorary award for the SME Bank of the Year is Wema Bank Nigeria PLC. Congratulations, Wema Bank. Yes, all right. So we're going to move on to the awards for the SMEs. I will be listing out all the names of the businesses that will be awarded today. So congratulations once again to everybody that I'll be calling their business names right now. So please stay tuned as I'll be calling 100 businesses. Now, the first on my list is Call a Bowl. That's first on the list. And the next one is Onion Caterers Limited. We have D. David's Ventures Nigeria Enterprises. We have Samfi Communication. Congratulations, Samfi Communication. We have Low Price Quality Ventures. We have Safush Agro Allied Co. Limited. We have Happy Coffee. On the list, we have Farms to You. I hope I got that correctly. Farms to You. Yes, we have Utiva. We have Ojure Prime Financial Services Limited. We have Chemelink Resources Limited. Chemelink Resources Limited. We have Eja Ice Nigeria Limited. Congratulations, Eja Ice Nigeria Limited. We have Sosei Renewable Energies Company. Lim Lim Foods Production Company Limited. Pets Point Recycling Nigeria. We have Crop Safe Services. Kitovu Technology Company. We have Novaric Homes and Properties Limited. Spectra Industries Limited is number 19 on the list, and number 20 is Nooks Creations Printing Solutions Limited. Number 21 is Leafort Consulting Limited. Number 22 is Blue Camp Limited. Congratulations to you. Number 23 is Katso Design. Congratulations, Katso's Design. We have Wanye Egusi, that's number 24. Number 25 is Latex Technology. Number 26 is Esore Luxury. Number 27 is Biz Nurture Financial Services Limited. Number 28 is Tronta IT. Tronta IT. 29 is Wakama Dredge Nigeria Limited. Number 30 is Cognitrix Consult. Number 31 is Max.ng. Number 32 is Abiodun Adenuga and Co. Number 33 is the Startup Place Limited. Number 34 is Luz Media Limited. Congratulations, Luz Media Limited. Number 35 is Advertising Agency. Number 36, Laba Foods. Number 37 is D&J Properties and Investment Limited. Number 38 is SacelPreciousFarms.com. SacelPreciousFarms.com. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Number 39 is Oxano Solar Nigeria Limited. Oxano Solar Nigeria Limited. We have OAV Productions. Number 40 is OAV Productions. We have a number 41, Team Self Global. Number 42 is Tech Found Me. Number 43 is the Sapio Club. Congratulations, the Sapio Club. Our number 45 is YBI Group. Congratulations, YBI Group. We have Inspired Leadership Group. On the list, we also have the Nani Academy. Congratulations, the Nani Academy. We have Gova Industries Limited. Number 49 is Truthware Solutions Limited. Congratulations. And number 50 is Eastylish Wares. Number 50 is Eastylish Wares. Number 51 is Femcard Creativity Limited. Congratulations, Femcard Creativity Limited. We also have OST GSM. On the list is Ageless Physiotherapy Clinic. Congratulations. We also have Power Up Renewable Limited. We have Detail Africa on the list. Congratulations to Detail Africa. We have Diza Global Concepts Limited. Congratulations. We have Farm Body. Congratulations. We have Education First Nigeria Limited. We have on the list, number 58 is VK Continental. VK Continental, congratulations to you. We also have Terras Doxas Nigeria Limited. That's our number 60. Congratulations. We have Jugon Integrated Services Limited, Royal Farms and Vet Enterprises, Spetri Limited. We have the Newly Juice Company Limited. We have Imperium Innovations. We have Naturac Nigerians. We have Alex Computers, Terras Doxas Nigeria Limited, Purple Iris Learning Center, Natural Nigeria, Neuram Ventures, Imperium Innovations, Petch Crib, TBCA Technologies, Pro Teach Space, Wallet.ng, Adil Care. We also have Zeno Healthcare Logistics. Hope I got that correctly. Digital Agro Connect Solutions. We also have Sonocare Healthcare. We have Life Bank. We have IMC Plantation. We have Rich, Crowdforce, Penny Lender, Emerald Capital Management and Consults Limited, House Place Limited, Toselodam Ventures Limited, Low Price Quality Ventures. We have Tash Place and also So Fresh Neighborhood Market Limited. We have Blueview Decor City Services, Jibo Medical Clinic, House Place Limited, and we have Net Plus. So these are the 100 SMEs that we are celebrating. Thank you very much for all that you have done. And moving straight to what we have next is the masterclass. We're going to be having, we're breaking out into the masterclass. So please make sure you stay tuned as we break out into the masterclass. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to do this very quickly. Once again, congratulations to everyone that has been mentioned, all the names that have been mentioned on the list, 100 of you. Congratulations and well done. Now let's go straight into the masterclasses that we have for today. All right, so for the breakout rooms, if you can just tap your phone, you would see the breakout rooms by your right-hand side, just under the record or live. That is if you're using a mobile phone. You'd see the breakout rooms. Those that is where you're going to join the master classes. If you don't have that, it means you'd have to update your Zoom. And if you have any problems trying to get into the breakout rooms, please put the message out there, and we'll try as much as possible to help you out in getting into the breakout room. That have been awarded today will have access to unmated visibility packages. This event will offer, including a special recognition award plaque, pre and post event brand mention, exclusive feature in BusinessDay web series called SME Groundbreakers. So this is a major deal. Congratulations once again. So the breakout rooms are ready for each and every one of us to join. Hi, Nike. All right, so I'm sure they'll be working on it. Please, if you have questions, you can just drop them. We'll try as much as possible to attend to all your questions. If you're using a mobile device, the breakout, just tap your phone. You would see the boxes, 4 boxes by your left-hand side. Yes, it's actually your right-hand side. Just click on the boxes. There you can join any of the masterclasses. Just in case you missed this, the SMEs that will be awarded today will have access to unmated visibility packages this event will offer, including a special recognition award plaque, pre and post event brand mention, and also exclusive feature in BusinessDay web series SME. The name of the web series is called SME Groundbreakers. So this is a major deal. Thank you for doing all that you do. And of course, congratulations to each and every one of you. I want to believe that everyone has joined. Okay, how do I get into the breakout rooms? I'm using a PC. All right. Can you see, if you check settings, I think you should see breakout rooms there. Are you using the latest version of Zoom? You have updated your Zoom, please try as much as possible to do that for you to join the masterclass. Sorry for the delay. All right, says I'm using Zoom for web. Okay, let's see how we can help you. Is Linda or Samuel online? Someone here is having difficulties in joining the master classes. I just saw a question. Please go to the breakout rooms for the master classes. Somebody just asked, where is everyone? Yes, everyone has gone to the master classes. So we have breakout rooms that we've created for the different master classes that you're interested in. For the masterclass sessions, we have sourcing the right talent, optimizing healthcare services for small businesses and entrepreneurs. We also had e-commerce legal workshop. I'd also like to recognize netplus.com, one of the SMEs that we're celebrating today, owned by Wale Faron, one of our panelists. Congratulations, netplus.com. So I'm guessing a lot of people are having difficulties in joining the masterclasses from their PC. Please, if you're having difficulties, can you write that there? Please, how do I get the link to join the masterclass? If you are using a mobile phone, the breakout room is just by your left-hand side under Recorder Live. That's if you're using a mobile phone, Zoom, or you are on PC. Please, I'd like somebody from BusinessDay to attend. All right, you'd like to be in Jobberman breakout room.
Hello, can anyone advise me on the breakout room I'm going to, please?
So for the person asking for the masterclass for Jobberman, when you are at the breakout room, you're going to click on sourcing the right talent. That is the masterclass for Jobberman. The one for Avon HMO is optimizing healthcare services for small businesses and entrepreneurs. And the last one is e-commerce legal workshop. Those are the 3 masterclasses that we're having currently. Hi, if you're still having problems with connecting to the masterclasses via PC, can you signify so we can help you manually? Just let me know if you're still having problems with joining the breakout room session. All right, Esther Ibrahim Abdulatif, please indicate the breakout session you want to join so we can help you do this manually. Would you like to join Sourcing the Right Talent by Jobberman, Optimizing Healthcare Services for Small Businesses and Entrepreneurs, or E-commerce Legal Workshop? Those are the masterclasses that we have right now, so please indicate. The second one, Optimizing Healthcare Services for Small Businesses and Entrepreneurs. All right. Please indicate the breakout session you'd like to join in so we can help you out manually. Accepts a request to join. I'm guessing this message is for Oge and all the persons that would like to join one of the masterclass sessions. For the breakout sessions, the masterclass sessions, we have sourcing the right talent. We have optimizing healthcare services for small businesses and entrepreneurs. We have e-commerce legal workshop. Those are the breakout sessions that we have. So if you're having difficulties in joining, kindly signify here so we can help you out manually. I'm going to go over the masterclass sessions one more time. Sourcing the right talent, optimizing healthcare services for small businesses and entrepreneurs, e-commerce legal workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for staying tuned till this time. We want to thank you so much for your time. This year has been very disruptive, and of course, for those of us still alive and even the businesses, we have to remain grateful and thankful to God. When we started this year, 2020, most of us never saw or expected the whole virus thing and what has been happening. But of course, we're thankful to see the end of 2020, and we're definitely sure that 2021 will be better. On behalf of Business Day, we would love to thank you so much for spending the entire day with us. I'm sure you've learned a few things today. I definitely have. I'm sure you've also learned how to run your business better, and of course, how to make sure that you continuously raise revenue, remain innovative and creative in your business. I'm sure that you have learned so much and you're going to also pass these messages across. I hope you come back again with us next year. I too have. We want to thank our attendees for all of you who spent your whole day with us. We really appreciate your time. Our esteemed speakers, our generous sponsors. It has been a very beautiful day, very educative and very insightful. I'm sure we really did learn a lot. We started SME 100 in 2018. The whole idea was to reward SMEs out there, to tell them how much we do appreciate their support to the economy and to the system. Of course, we do understand that they are the bedrock of the society, employing a good number of young people out there. We want to say thank you and that we appreciate their support and their effort to making sure that things keep moving on. Before I end, I would love to thank all the SMEs out there who registered and took part in this year's event. We recognize what you have done in the society, and we pray that you keep doing well, making sure that people stay employed. Thank you so much. And to our lovely partners who made this event a success, we will not end today without saying thank you to Jobaman, to Wema Bank, Codeware, Colbob, First Bank, Avon, TVC, and Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, TSETF. Thank you so much for making today a reality. We hope that you've learned a lot today. We thank you so much for staying with us all through. We hope to see you again come December 2021, and we hope you do have a lovely day. Thank you so much for spending the day with us, and have a nice evening.